Okay, welcome everybody. I'll call our regular public council meeting for Monday, September 20th, 2021 to order. I apologize that we're a little late getting going, but we're getting going nonetheless. So, new business. We'll start on Councillor Glenn.
So, two things. One is a upcoming election. And the second thing is thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thorngoss.
Thank you.
Councillor Pollard.
Thanks. Good luck, and congrats.
Okay. Councillor Roach.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Well wishes and a farewell message.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, FCM and MNL, please.
And I just got thanks. All right, is there any member of the gallery that would like to get on the first Q&A? Nope. Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda as amended, please?
So moved.
Moved,
Second.
seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Mayor, just for the record, there was no emails received on it for the first Q&A.
All right, thank you. CAO just said there was no email questions sent in for first Q&A, just to clarify that. Okay, so we have a public council minutes for September 7th. Could I get a motion to adopt those, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any errors or omissions? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Proclamations, we got several. So this first one is a proclamation for Sexual Violence Awareness Week, September 12th to the 18th, which was last week, and I signed this proclamation pre-meeting, but now we're going to ratify that. So Councillor Thorngoss, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. The Newfoundland and Labrador Sexual Assault Crisis and Prevention Center works to provide support, information, and education to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in the area of sexual violence, and the NLSACPC
Don't forget your
is now
whereases.
commemorating Sexual Violence Awareness Week, as well as Take Back the Night event to further the common goal of eliminating sexual violence. And the rate of sexual
Councillor
assault...
Thorngoss, don't forget your whereases.
Oh, whereas the rate of sexual assault in Newfoundland and Labrador continues to be higher than the national average, in particular the Indigenous communities in Labrador, and whereas the need for the criminal justice system to consistently execute best practices in its response to survivors of sexual violence is urgent, and whereas survivors of sexual violence need to feel safe to report and seek justice. Government at all levels must address and remove systemic and institutional barriers and bias that would prevent anyone from reporting violence and ensuring accountability. And whereas the elimination of sexual violence requires the collective voice and power of individuals, families, organizations, and communities. Whereas the town of Torbay recognizes the need for all people to live in a safe and caring communities where violence is unacceptable, and supports efforts that improve supports for survivors, raise awareness, and educate the public.
Therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Craig Scott, do hereby proclaim September 12th to the 18th, 2021 as Sexual Violence Awareness Week and commit to challenging dominant narratives, policies, and practices that perpetrate harm in our community. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comment?
I do.
Go ahead.
This is a proclamation that I think is really important for us as a town to make sure that the community understands that we support. Any type of violence is wrong. And we have made an effort these past 4 years to make sure that the message has been out and clear that we're a welcoming, inclusive neighborhood where families should be able to raise safe families and have community support. And whatever type of violence people may be experiencing, I want to make sure that residents know that we are a safe space to reach out if you need help to connect with resources and supports no matter what type of violence. Sexual violence in particular, it's a very brutal form of violence. And I think what we need to do is speak about it. I think we need to make it okay for people to come forward and know there's safe spaces to seek help. So I'm very proud that this council is adopting this proclamation today. And I really appreciate you signing it in advance to make sure that we could get it out there and let people know that this is something that we don't want in our community. We want our residents to be safe and welcome, and we're here to support that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I guess I'll just say that, I receive a lot of phone calls from people on lots of different topics. And last week I received a call from a couple of different residents advising me that this Sexual Violence Awareness Week was coming up. And they share with me their stories. I'm humbled by the fact that they would do that and trust that I would keep that private, which I do. But I think it's very important that we do these things. And some of you might get calls as well on these things, that people encourage the town to support these and make sure that it's there in the public, so people are aware of what's happening and that everything is not hidden below the surface. So that was the reason I sent an email last week. I wanted to get this done, and we made sure that the town didn't miss out on that week. So that was the reason I did that. And I think, like I say about all these proclamations that we do, each one we do is very important to somebody, even if it's only one person. They're important, and that we should make sure that we show our support as a town and as a council for these. So I was happy to do that. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next one. Torbay National Seniors Day Proclamation. Now, I asked Councillor Roach to do this one. There's no hidden agenda there at all.
I'm
Peggy.
proud to be a senior, dear.
I know
I'm
you
proud
are.
to be alive this long. Knowing the history of my family, who died so young. Now, dears, whereas communities across Canada joined together on October the 1st, 2021 to recognize National Seniors Days and the United Nations International Day of Older Persons, and whereas National Seniors Day focuses on celebrating and honoring the significant role seniors play in contributing to community development and creating healthy communities for our town and our country. And whereas seniors in Torbay contribute in many ways in our community and are involved in all aspects of our lives as parents, grandparents, guardians, teachers, volunteers, mentors, and neighbors. And whereas the town of Torbay is committed to enhancing service for seniors and creating an age-friendly town.
Therefore, I, Craig Scott, Mayor of the town of Torbay, do hereby proclaim that October 1st, 2021 be recognized as National Seniors Day in the town of Torbay, and urge my fellow citizens to recognize the crucial role played by older adults in our community and our province. Dated this 20th day of September, 2021.
Second.
So moved. Any comment?
I will again if it's all right.
Sure. Good.
Again, another really important proclamation, and, you know, we talked about violence and abuse, and, you know, with seniors, sometimes that certainly can be the case. And, you know, I think it's really important that we continue to recognize the efforts that the seniors in our community have made over their lifetime to build the community that we're so proud of. So I think it's important to make sure that this day, and as often as possible, people make sure to reach out to our seniors, to check in on them, make sure they're okay. You know, some people can't drive, they can't get out. It's nice to go have a cup of tea and visit. And I know I used to go to see my grandmother when she was alive and have a game of cribbage, and we used to have an argument over who was the best cribbage champ. I still think I was, but, you know, she had a different opinion. But I think it's really important that that we make sure that seniors know that they're a recognized and important part of our community. And I look forward to seeing what programming events that we put forward in the next term of council for the seniors to make sure that we do our programming and planning and we're inclusive for all age groups. Thank you.
Councillor Rowe?
I just want to speak again for both, okay? Because of the fact of something that a lot of people are not even aware of, but happens very frequently, and that's violence against seniors, especially from family people, especially from different people who are caretakers, as also as health. And, you know, because it's happened for a long time, but more of it is now coming to the surface. So this is marrying two really good proclamations together, and I'll let you know later on how I make out when they put me away. Sorry, girls. Anyway, I had to give that. I won't say nothing more. I'll be ready. Here I am, back again.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Ngoz?
Yes, I just want to, I guess I seen this, and when I saw that there was National Seniors Day for October 1st, I brought it to the attention of staff and asked for this proclamation to come forward tonight. And I guess anybody I've been talking to lately, and there's a request gone in, and I asked actually the Director of Recreation Community Services for an update this afternoon, and it's regarding age-friendly communities. And that was something, I guess, that there was funding probably made available in January that I guess it slipped by us, but now there's another application in the process, because here in the community, when we talk about seniors, there's no age group on it, but all we really have is the group 50 plus. And I was contacted today by a resident that basically was looking at, not even knowing any of this was on the go, for different programs that could take place even during the summer months. And I think that's really important, because we shut down everything over at the Common during the summer, but then there's still people who want to avail because of the programs that we offer for children. But I never thought of it in the way that this resident brought up to me. And so I think it's very fitting that we have this, and when we talk about age-friendly communities, because like Councillor Roach said, even in the discussion today, it seems like when people get a certain age, their opinion and their involvement is basically not heard the same way as if you were. And I mean, I'm after hearing it lately, the same thing. When you're over a certain age, I don't know what that age even is or when it's considered to be a senior, but I think that it's very evident here in the community with the amount of programs and support that we give to seniors from a program-specific purpose, that we need to do better. And I'm looking forward to what the outcome is going to be on the proposal that we're putting forward to avail off that grant that's available for this actual purpose to avail off more for seniors.
Good.
That's it.
Anyone else? Councillor Glenn?
Can I say one last thing on the whole subject?
I'll pass my time.
Seems who
to
you are.
Councillor Roach.
Thank you, dear. I would love for everybody to see or look at what happens in the Indigenous communities before we ever came here. Their elders are, you know, on a higher pedestal than we'll ever reach, because they're given love, and they're also given, you know, they go to one another and say, you know, what would you think about this, Father? You know, or something, and take their advice. But in our kind of world, we don't know anything anymore. But we can, you know, I forgot more than I can always tell you, but I mean, it's really true. But I mean, you know, people don't come to you and treat you that way because you're a certain age. You're, oh, she's correct. She's senile. She's this or she's that. Because you might walk with a limp, or you can't speak as fluently as someone else. But please remember our Indigenous people and what's going on with them too, because that's violence, and it's also seniors and children. Thank you. And I shut up.
Thank you.
Last little dingy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may
Go ahead,
say.
Councillor Pollard.
Yeah, I look at the proclamation. I think it's great that we, you know, recognize our seniors, and it's not really until I'm sitting down here looking at this one tonight that I actually twig of a relationship that I have with my father, and we say National Seniors Day, and it says here for fellow citizens to recognize the crucial role played. And I think the fellow citizens really are not only the seniors who recognize each other and the contribution they make over the years, but the focus needs to go to our younger folks too, and how they can reflect on what seniors have done over a number of years, and the contribution. Like I think of many times when I was getting impatient with my father, and you look back at it, and I'm in the same situation now, and I look at my children where they don't get impatient with me anymore, certainly not, but they do, yes. And I can see that over time how things change. People just don't understand. So I think we need to keep the seniors' contribution more in the everyday of what we do, and even maybe even try to bridge that gap between, you know, those folks who are now growing up and the contribution of seniors, because every day I learn something more about what my parents went through on the way through life, and I sit down and say, boy, how much did I underestimate that when I was coming through as a youth? So I think the more we can do in terms of programming and even trying to bridge that gap and incorporating seniors and youth in the same similar groups, you know, so great. And matter of fact, just on the aside, I think there was a concert actually at Mile 1, the concert that saw the original Irish descendants back together again. And it was interesting that friends of mine were down there, and there was the opportunity for old and young alike, because they sort of cross over all genders and have that many people together to get this. I think so. It's just a good melting pot or something along those lines we should probably focus more on. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right, I just got one little thing to add. I guess that's, you know, I spend a lot of time going around the town, going to different events, and most of them are attended by seniors. And, you know, one thing that we need to do, and I guess we'll have to take this up as the new council, we got a lot of policies in place right now, like our open space management strategy and our recreation master plan and all these things that have been around for 10 years, 15 years maybe. They need to be looked at and a different focus put on it. As our economic development roadmap that we just recently had done is teaching us that our demographic is slowly going this way. And that those of us who are early 50s right now, in 15 years we're going to be 65. So I think that it goes into all areas of our planning, particularly in terms of our planning and development. We have to make sure that we are looking at providing housing for people as they get older, so they don't have to move out of Torbay like some residents I know recently have done, that have basically their house outgrew them and they're looking to downsize. So we need to have places within our town. We need to look at our planning to make sure that there's places for those people to live, and not have to go out and live in a place like Lanes or different places in St. John. So, you know, it's one thing that we always have to remember, that we're all going to get older and we're all going to need a place to stay. So with that, I will leave it at that. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. The next one is Torbay National Truth and Reconciliation National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, September 30th, 2021. And I think I gave that one to Councillor Pollard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Whereas the Government of Canada is committed to reconciliation and ensuring that the tragic history and ongoing legacy of residential schools is never forgotten, and whereas in the Constitution of Canada, Indigenous peoples of Canada include the First Nations, Inuit, Métis people of Canada, and whereas the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, of which the town of Torbay is a part of, exists on the ancestral homelands of the Inuit, the Innu, the Mi'kmaq, and the Beothuk, recognizing that the culture of the Beothuk has been lost forever and can never be recovered, but can be celebrated. And whereas Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has declared September 30th as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and that September 30th is also known as Orange Shirt Day, which is a day of remembrance for the survivors of residential schools and those who never made it home. And whereas the Government of Canada has recently passed legislation to make September 30th a federal statutory holiday, and this day will serve as a day to recognize and commemorate the legacy of residential schools. And whereas the town of Torbay is committed to promoting and strengthening mutually respectful relationships with the urban Indigenous community in Torbay and with all other First Peoples in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Therefore, I, Mayor Craig Scott, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2021 as National Day of Truth and Reconciliation in the town of Torbay, dated this 20th day of September 2021. So moved.
Second.
Comments?
I will.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is another one that is really important to me, and you know, I'm going to be very honest. I was embarrassed when I found out about the atrocities that have happened to Indigenous people in our community, in our country, in our community, sorry, in our country. My children are learning about what happened to the Beothuk in school now. My daughter and I sat together last year and we watched some of the videos and stories about some of the Beothuk that were here, and they asked me questions. And I'm going to be honest, they were hard to answer. You know, when you're thinking about someone's parents or their child, or someone taking your children because of where you came from and the color of your skin, there's something really wrong with that. So from me to every single person out there that has suffered because of what's happened, I'm very sorry. And I will spend my life trying to find ways to make it right. Because when I think about what these people had to endure, their children being taken from them, having to go to these buildings, not having the care they needed, and not having your child come home, it's really easy as a parent to go, I can't imagine someone ever doing that to someone else. So I just want to be clear that this is something that personally for me as a Canadian, I think we need to get right, and we need to make right the best that we know how, and make sure that the Indigenous people in all of our communities know that we're here and that we're willing to work with them to make it better. And if we're not doing it, then we need to be called out on it, and we need to get back to working towards reconciliation. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Well said. Anyone else? I'll just add that I was talking to Chief Boland, I guess last year or the year before, when he was researching on the murdered and missing Indigenous women inquiry that he had to go and testify at. And he told me that during his research, he found out that on the Northeast Avalon, it's we had the highest number of people who had filled out in the census that they have First Nations or Aboriginal ancestry anywhere in the province, I think. And I thought that was quite interesting. And I do know a lot of people in our community and surrounding communities that are Indigenous. And my first year that I went to FCM conference, I had an opportunity to take part in a truth circle with Indigenous people from across the country, and it was very powerful. And if there was one thing that I could take away from that conference, was that. And I really appreciate it. I think I've had a brief conversation with Jen maybe about this, about us maybe looking at doing some additional research as a town, find out how many people we have here that are Indigenous community, and look at having some kind of a celebration in our town, a drum circle or whatever, to raise the profile of those people in our community who've been living here for the longest time and have a full culture that they want to share with us. So I think that's something that we certainly need to look at, and I'm all for that. So thank you. Thanks, everybody. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. One left. One more proclamation. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Proclamation I have is for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, September 2021. Proclamations presented by the town of Torbay. Whereas there are about 10,000 children living with cancer in Canada today, and whereas each year about 1,600 cases are diagnosed, over 25 of which are children in Newfoundland and Labrador. Whereas in Canada, childhood cancer remains responsible for more deaths from 1 year through adolescence than any other disease. And whereas 1 in 4 children who are diagnosed with cancer will die of the disease. Whereas business of significant advances in therapy, 78% of children diagnosed with cancer will survive 5 years or more, an increase of almost 46% since the early 1960s. Whereas childhood cancers have close to a 75% cure rate, with leukemia leading the success charge with close to 90% overall current rate.
Now therefore, I, Craig Scott, on behalf of the town of Torbay, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the town of Torbay. So moved.
Second.
Comments?
I'll make a brief comment, Your Worship. I just want to reiterate the significance of this proclamation and all the others. Torbay has certainly been a leader in the Killicoast communities, and I wanted to extend my support. It's unfortunate that there's so many of these matters in existence, but I'm glad that we're, as a collective council, supporting all these proclamations and efforts and participating where we can. So I was pleased to support the other proclamations made tonight and during this term of council, as well as the one I just read. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I can. I have friends who live every day without their child because they've had to experience what it's like to have your child diagnosed and pass away with cancer. And one of my girlfriends, she said to me, she said, we had a perfectly healthy child, and these things came up, kept going to the doctor, and the doctor was like, "Mal, your kid's fine, go home. Your kid's fine, go home." And she said, as a mom, it was nagging at me, there's something more here. And she kept pushing. And at the end of the day, they still did lose their child. But what she does is she makes an effort every single day to make sure that we all remember her child, and that, we don't forget, and that we celebrate and we enjoy. And for the people who didn't know the child, that they will get to know them. And my sister has taught children who've had cancer and lost them. I've got friends who don't have body parts, legs amputated and never recovered. And one of my past boyfriends actually, as a teenager, survived cancer. So, this is something that's all too familiar to too many families. And again, I think this is something that is really important, because for the families who are dealing with, childhood cancer, or who are going through it now, who have lost a loved one, it's important that they know that they have support from people like us to just let them know that we're here. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I would just add that, most of us, I'm sure, sitting around this table or watching at home, have had people in their family who've had cancer or, survived it. Unfortunately, many that didn't survive. Myself, I had a young cousin that died of childhood cancer. She was only probably 5 years old at the time, so all through the whole spectrum, there's different people dealing with different things. So I think that one thing I like to do, or I like to stress, is that, you know, you never know what someone's going through until you walk in their shoes. So please be patient with people sometimes, and you know, you might not always get people at their best one day or another, and you never know what the reason is. So I'll just leave it at that. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And that's it for proclamations. And it took, you know what? It took a while tonight to do those, 4 of them, but I think that the time is well spent, and it gives us an opportunity as council and as the town to let people know that these things are important to us and they're important to our community, and that we keep pushing these things forward. And I'm sure next meeting we'll have more proclamations for more worthy causes and things that need to be raised. So thank you guys for that. So we don't have any presentations. Q&A, none. Moving right on. Mayor's report, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I went to the Silver Spades Garden Awards last week. It was on the 8th. On the Wednesday, it was, I must say, the number of pictures that we had this year from people's properties was excellent. And it was really impressive of how good people are keeping their yards, and particularly this summer when we didn't really have a lot of rain. I was really surprised by how well people could grow things. And you know, it was nice to speak with those residents and try and learn a few tricks about how can I grow stuff, because myself and my wife are not don't have any green thumbs whatsoever. The only thing that we planted that keeps continuing to grow is strawberries, and that's because we don't really have to do anything with it. And you know, we got some great recommendations from some of the residents over there about starting up a gardening group. It's something that staff are going to follow up on and see if they can. I guess their focus was meeting in the wintertime or in the fall, so that they could share bulbs or stories or what works in the spring, because by the time the spring comes, it's too late to try and share those things. So I thought that was very interesting. And also, I will commend the staff and the people who were on our committee, that they called the residents this year and let them know they were coming first before they went to take the pictures, so that people had an opportunity. They knew we were coming to prune their trees or bushes and mow the grass. So it was that's why the pictures were so great, because everybody's thing was right at the top of their game, whereas they might have been 3 or 4 days they needed their grass mowed and that didn't show up right. So that was really good, and I want to thank everybody for doing that. The other thing, last Saturday and Sunday, after we had that hurricane, I did have an opportunity down here behind Town Hall to speak to a lot of residents as they were bringing in their branches and trees that they had lost during the hurricane. And it was interesting to hear stories from people about their flowering crab that they had for 30 years that now is gone, and they're going to, you know, they're going to start on something else. So, you know, there was a lot of devastation, as anybody that drove past Town Hall can see. And residents are still dropping off branches and boughs. I'm sure they'll be the next couple of weeks trying to get it all cleaned up. But, you know, I thank staff for getting that set up so quickly. And I thank residents for coming over here and dropping this stuff off and giving them a place to go. And instead of, and I hate to say it, but instead of things getting dumped in the woods, you know what I mean? Like that, even though it's branches and trees, it probably belongs in the woods. But it's nice that we can have it here and clean it up. But other than that, that's it. I don't have anything else to report. Any questions? Comments? No? Good. Alrighty, moving on. Any business arising from the minutes?
Yes.
No?
Did you hear your recommendations? So.
All right. Correspondence. There's one here from Municipal and Provincial Affairs. Circular to all municipalities, talks about eligible projects for Canada Community Building Fund for fire station infrastructure. So I guess we'll just forward that on to staff. They'll have a look at it, see if there's anything we got that can fall within that. We have a correspondent from a resident Who's it from? Oh, I don't know who's from because it doesn't say. It's been blacked out. I think I know who's from. Anyway, please add to the council package. And it's a follow-up to the Q&A from the September 7th council meeting. Does M&L have a role in municipal water supplies? We have a meeting, I think, with M&L this week, a board meeting.
Thursday
don't we?
night, we have a board meeting, yeah.
Can we raise that question when we go there?
Absolutely, and if you want me to, I can
Yes,
speak to
please.
that.
Yeah.
There definitely is a role for M&L when it comes to, the municipal water situation. We, as M&L, have been advocating on behalf of all municipalities for infrastructure upgrades and trying to make sure that provincial and federal government understands that the downloading of costs to municipalities can be difficult, especially for the majority of our municipalities, because a lot of them are smaller. Municipal water systems, a lot of them are older. They were put in the 70s. They need upgrades. Having communication about the importance of making sure that access to safe drinking water is a priority, and the ability of municipalities to make sure that they do those upgrades, because you're going to need access to planning and engineering, and then the actual resources to afford obtaining and upgrading and maintaining the pipes that's in the water, the treatment, that sort of thing. So there definitely is a role for M&L in that discussion.
Yep.
And we are having a advocacy check-in tomorrow at noonish, or I believe it's in the afternoon. And also we have the board meeting Thursday night. So Mayor, you and I can certainly bring this back and have a conversation at that table again from a Torbay perspective around this. Yep.
All right, I'd just like to try to see if we can get some answers for this resident's question, and then we can get back to her on it.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Committee of the whole, we never had a committee of the whole. Planning and land use development, Councillor Martin, take it away.
Thank you. First, I have my motions report. The first one I'm going to do is an insert for tonight's meeting. I'll do that one so we can address that one. This is for the September 20th meeting, and the CAO had sent this around the circular further to the Planning, Land Use and Development Committee on Tuesday, September 14th, and further to ongoing discussions with the developer of Kennedy's Brook Estates Phase 1, and further to the input and feedback of neighbourhood residents regarding proposed trail access. The Planning Land Use Development Committee is making the following recommendations to resolve all matters for the interest of all parties, the town, the developer, and the residents. Several motions of council are required and are as follows. Thank you. So I'll do one at a time. The first one being motion number 1, the town of Torbay rescind application RES-94-2021 as it pertains to the addendum to the Kennedy's Brook Phase 1 subdivision agreement. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we continue, I'm going to ask CAO to make sure she keeps time. So we got a lot of motions here to get through, and to remind council, let's just keep the conversation respectful and mind the time limit of 3 minutes. Okay, back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So motions 1 through 4 all interconnect. So there's been ongoing issues with some residents had an appeal put forward in opposition of a trail installation. So staff and some councillors have been communicating with the residents and the developers to come to an agreement that would, to the best of the extent, accommodate all parties. So the first one, motion 1, is to rescind excuse me, our previous motion so we can move forward with a new plan that would get this application moving.
Right. Comments? Councillor
I'd
Gross?
just like to add in there, as this is a follow-up to our last meeting, where it was, I guess, here in the chamber that we had talked about a resident rescinding their appeal so that we could move forward with the development application and with regards to the trail that would be located behind a number of residents' homes down in the Bourne's Close. So I guess after much discussion since our last council meeting, where then it was, I guess the way it was put in the last council meeting, that those people withdrew their application in, or their appeal in good faith, that we would move along on this. So I guess with the director and myself as part of the planning committee, and 2 other councillors were in a meeting this morning and with the developer to try to resolve this. I want to say that this application for development has been on the go since last fall, and they have been more than accommodating when we say we need another few weeks or a month to move through on all of this. So anyway, this is what we came forward with as a recommendation to council. So I keep emphasizing, as I said here earlier tonight, we can make the recommendation, but it's ultimately up to council to make the decision overall regarding those motions and where we go from here.
Okay. Councillor Roach?
And adjacent to that, I wonder where we are asked to rescind the RES 94221. Is there a copy of that just somebody could just read out what was in that, so that we're all up on top of it? And not second guess,
Okay,
guess?
yeah.
Okay.
So from the April 19, 2021 regular public council meeting, RES is resolution? Yeah. Resolution 94-2021, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Thorngass. And again, for the record, this is from April 19, 2021. Resolved that the town of Torbay amend and add addendum to the Kennedy's Brook Phase 1 subdivision development agreement so the developer can add 2 additional residential lots in the Bourne's Close cul-de-sac. This being facilitated through 1, the exchange of approximately 1,098 meters squared of town-owned property for approximately 186 meters squared of open space land currently in Board Holdings ownership. 2, the conveyance of a 3-meter wide walkway right-of-way from Bourne's Holdings to the town, connecting Clara's Place to the meadow east of Bourne's Close. 3, the developer construct a 2-meter wide walkway built to Crangoncourt standards within said walkway right-of-way during the 2021 construction season. 4, the developer submitting a $31,500 plus HST refundable security deposit in connection with the walkway construction to the town. 5, all costs associated with the proposed changes to the subdivision agreement, including land conveyances, walkways, construction and inspections being that of the developer. Myself and Councillor I move the motion, Councillor Thorngass seconded, Mayor Craig Scott, Councillor Jeff Gallant, Councillor Tony Pollock and Councillor Peggy Roach had voted in favour and there were none against. The motion was carried.
Okay. Councillor Roach?
Yes, that's fine. I just
Good.
wanted to make sure, refresh my mind,
Okay, all right. Anyone else? No? All right.
I can wait. You can go ahead.
Okay, so I think it's very important that we spell out exactly what's basically happening here. During phase 1 of this development, the town of Torbay received this area of land that's now public land in absence of green space and cash. And the whole point of taking these pieces of land here was so that they can be traded for green space in the future. That's what was sold to us as we accepted that. And everyone go look in the videos when we talked about this. I was very adamant that I thought the town was going to get the short end of the stick with green space, like it traditionally has done on many different occasions. I was very concerned that we were going to get a piece of green space that we weren't going to be able to access, and that we weren't going to be able to build a trail for. And that's why we put in the specific clauses to actually have a deposit on the trail, and then actually put the trail in. And all the whole point of this was to, we're not going to just pass off this land for a couple $1,000s when we can maximize the benefit for the people of Torbay by actually having this really nice park that we can access through a short little trail going through basically potentially town-owned land, right? In one area. And we talked about different ways of doing it, but this is the best that we came up with at the time. If we rescind this, and we're going to find out what happens in the next couple of motions here, we're basically, it's a effectively a green space giveaway, and it kind of reminds me a little bit about the Simpsons kind of escalator to nowhere. I don't think it's in the public's best interest to remove trail access to. We shouldn't trade our land that's owned by everybody for land that we can't access via a trail, right? Because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I think it's important that we have the trail. The whole point of doing this thing, the whole negotiations, and again, go back and take a look, was that it didn't make sense if we didn't have access to the green space for the benefit of that community, or for the neighborhood. So I'm disappointed that this is even coming up, and I really hope that anyone that's pro green space, not in words but in deeds and in votes, is going to fight for the people of Torbay to make sure that we do the right thing with regards to do the smart thing with regards to swapping land to build a greener community where we can actually get out and use our green space. And I hope we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. I mean, there's just kind of more to. I know there's 4 motions come up here right now, so I'm kind of trying to limit my speech specifically to this.
You can only get into one at a
but
time.
Okay,
There's ways we don't need to do this.
all right, thank you. Harold?
Thank you.
Well, I'll speak.
Go ahead.
Not that I necessarily want to, because it's probably one of the most difficult conversations to have since we were on council, and it happens to be the very last meeting, which kind of makes it bad. But at the end of the day, we got to step up and decide on where we are and what we're going to do. We were asked to bring this back because last meeting we had a couple of motions that were going to be deferred, and to Councillor Gallant's point, he said, what are we doing here? Trying to not, do our duty and vote or not vote on something so that we pass off to the next council. So this one is one of the ones that happened to be brought back to the table, and like I say, it's probably a messy one. I struggle with it. I struggle with it big time. I wasn't brought in on it in great detail until maybe a week ago. Skip ahead to where we are now. The developer, in conjunction with complaints from residents of having a trail go through their backyard, and I know it's not their backyard, but it's close enough to that if any traffic goes through, that will certainly interrupt the enjoyment of some people's residences. So the developer does not want at this point in time to have the trail. I look at, and to Councillor Gallant's point about the land, I have trouble giving up land and green space. So this is not an easy decision in any respect, because it has to deal with the process overall and the overall plan and people's expectations of what was there or going to be there when they purchased their properties and what happens afterwards. To look at the piece of land that we actually have, to say that they're there for trade-off some point down the road for a better green space, I don't see those 2 pieces of land as having a great deal of clout. They're pretty well useless where they are in terms of what they do. They are blocking off development, which could have some potential monetary benefit to us from a tax base moving down the road. So, it's in hindsight, the residents should have been consulted in terms of the plan here is to put a trail through an area that encroaches on your territory and have that discussions with them to find out. They did find out late in the way, and they raised a stink, and we went and we listened. And the developer also became involved with it and listened, I guess, to the point in time that they're willing to back off in order to satisfy, I guess, what some of those residents' concerns are. As for the two spaces that look now to be done, I think they don't have, I think, significant value in terms of what they are. I think, you know, the land can be traded off or sold and have access to that cul-de-sac. I think the whole process itself was flawed from the beginning. We should not be in this situation now to be where we are. We would add a trail to a
Time.
5 minutes already.
Tree. You can pick it up on the next motion if you want.
I gotta stop in the middle.
All right.
I will.
First time.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship.
First time you spoke the whole term and you didn't get a motion.
It's not fair.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. You know, this is something that I have been working on and asking for a resolution for quite some time, and I'm very appreciative of Councillor Thorngoss and Councillor Pollard meeting with myself, the CAO, the residents, and the contractor of iPhone this morning to find a solution. It's really important to me that we listen to our residents. It's really important to me that we develop this town in a sustainable way. And green space is certainly something that's important to me. But when a resident finds out about a decision that impacts their direct property and the enjoyment of their property through somebody else, they did not have prior consultation or discussion about this before the motion came forward. And it got to a point where they were trying to find a resolution with this and they felt that they had to file an appeal. So I'm very grateful to know that the contractor has worked with the residents and the town to find a solution here. And I think that it's very important that we make sure that for future development, that if we are entertaining, you know, putting in a trail or increasing green space, that planning is done in advance, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where someone who purchases property is saying, oh, hold on, I purchased my home, I built my home, but now you're going to make a change that's substantive to the way they enjoy their home. So that's the conversation that has been had. People in that community, that part of the community, feel that they were not consulted and they did not know before the motion came forward. But I do want to commend council for listening, for working to find a solution. And I want to thank staff for attending a meeting there at 8:30 this morning and for showing up and working with all of us to try and find a solution here. And that's it for me.
All right. I guess I'm the only one left. So, you know, I think that what happened in this case, it seems to me that we might have, as a council, when we made this resolution here, that we might have been putting the cart before the horse, per se, a little bit. We didn't go and I guess, explore the opportunity to put that trail down there with the people in that area first before we agreed that we were going to do it. You know, hindsight is perfect, but you know, hindsight is the domain of those that are moving forward. So hopefully we can move forward on this. You know, I think that over the course of while this was moving, it got convoluted a lot. I think there was a lot of cross communication and you know, miscommunication to the point where we didn't really know where this was going to go. And I think that when I look at the green space that was reserved in that subdivision back then, I think it adds up to about it's about a third of an acre, I think, not even that, added together. And it's no good to anybody except for the person that owns that other land. So if we're going to be able to sell it, there's nobody else in this town that would ever buy it except that developer who owns the land behind it that's going to be able to make these building lots. So I think from that perspective of using that property to get something somewhere else, it's very difficult. We're going to get the fair market value for what that's worth, and also a 9,186 meter squared of a green space. Granted, with the trail, it would have been more usable, but even with our climate change strategy that we adopted here as a council, it does say in that the town should allocate pieces of land that would never be developed or nothing, or just, there's nothing wrong, they say, with just keeping a place, just a green space with grass and trees. So it's not perfect, but I think it'll be all right in the end. For those two little pieces of land that we're never going to do anything with, we couldn't build a park there, we couldn't do anything. It's just too small and it's useless to anybody else. So with that, we'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
The next one, the town of Torbay seek approval of the Department of Municipal and Provincial Affairs to sell at fair market value approximately 1932.8 meters squared of land to Bournes Holdings Limited to enable the development of 2 residential building lots. So moved.
Second.
And carrying on the conversation there, I know everyone kind of gave some feedback on the last motion. I will note, that this is a unique file. The residents out there, have gotten through a lot to get up to this point, and I have empathy for them. But I also emphasize for the developer as well, as my colleague mentioned earlier. She's been trying to work with us patiently since November of 2020. So while, this is a hard decision for us to make, we are here as decision makers, and, Bournes Holdings has done a good job in that development out there, and I'm not...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Could you make sure that councillors aren't texting during conversations?
Not what?
Yeah, okay.
Texting.
Okay, remember the rule that electronic devices are not supposed to be used during a council meeting, please. Thank you. Phones in particular.
I don't have
Particularly
any paper.
texting each other.
Well, it's whether it's each other or not, it's the point of order is well taken, and please don't use your telephone during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And, I want to reiterate, I'm all about sustainable development, and Torbay wants to, and I think that's what Torbay needs to appear as to developers, not anti-development or not pro-endless development, but sustainable development and, friendly development as well. So, taking all that into consideration, once this has passed us, I really think the move forward could certainly be a progressive one, and on other projects we'll take this and learn from it and proceed on.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Councillor Clay?
I'll go first this
Go
time.
ahead.
A couple of points. One, people were saying, hey, why wasn't this, why weren't people consulted versus the trail?
Sorry.
This was we actually have, right here, you can look it up, we have actually the ability to use town-owned designated green space for designated green space purposes to get to a park to allow everything to go on well, right? When the residents moved in there originally, we're not changing anything. We could put a trail in that 484 square meter park, put a trail in from the end of the cul-de-sac into the meadow, right? And this is not a change when people bought it. This is town land, and so it's not like there's nothing changed. That was known by everyone involved when they bought the houses. It was part of the overall agreement of the first thing. When you say, hey, where was the consultation, right? Well, where's the consultation for getting rid of public assets for basically for cash instead of land, right? because this what we're doing is that piece of land right there is owned by me, it's owned by you, it's owned by everyone in this right now. Everyone, people listening at home. Do you actually own this? Is the asset that you have, that we're going to be getting rid of. And the mayor says that, hey, this land doesn't have any value, and Councillor Pollard said the same thing. The only time this has any value whatsoever is when you use it to get additional land as a trade or as a access point. If it's not an access point, it's valueless. If it's not used to get a bigger green space, it's valueless. And I urge the Department of Municipalities in Newfoundland and Labrador to take a look at this before they approve this, to do a full investigation, because if we get rid of a piece of land for less than what we could have it for, then that's a big deal. We can't dissolve assets without getting maximum value for what we have. The maximum value that we have for this is what was intended for, what was agreed to before, what we all voted on before, what was appealed by a neighborhood, which I completely agree is their right. And I don't know who talked to the appellant when or how or what room. There wasn't in this public chamber. It wasn't voted on by me as a member of this council. And things, there's a lot of stuff I don't know what's going on with. And they withdrew the appeal with the understanding that we wouldn't go with the trail or something. You guys talk about that. You withdraw the appeal with the condition that we're gonna let them win the appeal. That's not how we're supposed to win. That's not how we're supposed to do things, right? People have an appeal, let them go appeal and go figure it out and figure out whether we did what was right or what was wrong. We want to do a public consultation. Let's do a big public consultation. Let's go with the town, see what they feel about getting rid of this land for cash as opposed to this land for the intention of what we had it for, that the developer gave us for, and that's for public green space, access to public green space, and that's the way to maximize the value for this, and that's the way we're going to build better communities. And you can't have it both ways, right? So if we're going to do this, you're going to do it right. If you want the maximum value, this is the maximum value, and this is the only time it's going to be valuable. If we just, it'd be less valuable to the people of this town if we just sell it for a couple of bucks, right? And we're going to end up getting a park that no one can access. It just doesn't make any sense. And so I respectfully ask that we think about this before we do it, and that the provincial department look into it as well. If this asset gets
That's what they're asking.
gone without maximum value to the taxpayer.
Time. One thing I will say before we go any further, that I was incorrect a little bit in my ruling on your point of order. Cell phone use is not prohibited in the council chamber. The only thing it says in our rules is that it must be turned on silent. So, to that, I respectfully ask people to not use their phones, or if they don't have to, but it's not against the rules to do it.
Mayor, if I could speak to that.
Oh, it's okay, you don't have to.
I have children at home.
Yeah, I do
And
too.
I'm a single parent who's here tonight doing my job, but I need to be able to communicate with my family.
I had to walk out of a meeting a couple of months ago because I thought my father was home on the floor having a heart attack. And if I'd never checked my phone, I wouldn't have known.
100% agree. I maybe I was mistaken. I thought I saw someone texting and then another councillor's phone buzzing at the same time.
Fair enough.
So maybe it was a weird coincidence.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
Let's see if I can pick up mid-sentence where I left off, but obviously I can't. Councillor Gallant is absolutely right. In everything he said in terms of the value for the land, but I think there's a lot of passion in that, and I share that, whether he believes it or not at this point in time. The fact is, the land that we have there is of little use to us as it stands. The only value we have is in conjunction to the property behind it, which is presently blocking development where we could get actually tax dollars for it. So let's go back and say that everything goes back to the way it was. We got two pieces of land that have no value to us really at the end of the day. And what else is going to trade off on it? For what? For where? For when? This part of the subdivision that was done for this agreement is done, signed off, closed. If that was closed off and moved on, the next one stands on its own according to our own town development regulations. So the value of the land, while yes, it's great to say it has great value, and maybe it has its best value now at the present time, and maybe we are getting the best value we can for it at this point in time. I don't know, but I just know, looking at the way this all unfolded, and I got involved from speaking to residents on my own, actually, and saw what they saw and said, yeah, I can understand your concern about it. I have previous experience in similar situations. I would love to see a trail. I don't think it's the end of the world if that particular trail doesn't go there at this point in time. I think this is lessons learned and should never happen again in terms of make sure that we get this. How we end up with these two pieces in the first place is a mistake, because I would never agree to say, oh yeah, that's nice green space, we'll take that, absolutely use it to us as it is. So let's wipe the slate clean, let's move this on and be done with this and not let this happen again overall.
Thank you.
Question. Please ask the question, because I think we're all talked out on it.
No, this is second, this is not a motion,
Oh,
Councillor Rhodes.
is it? Is this the first or the second
Second
motion?
motion.
Yeah, second motion.
Yeah.
Well, sure, we got to send it to we're requiring
Well, we
to
have-
send it to the Department of Municipal Affairs,
Yeah.
and they will probably come back with an answer to us, what we can do at this stage of the game.
But-
We learned a big lesson today, and from this, but, we can't keep arguing this, that, and the other thing. It's just, this is what we're saying. Is everybody in support of that motion to send it to Municipal Affairs for them to get you,
Yeah. Does anybody else
or tell you
want,
no, it can't be done?
anybody else want to speak to this motion? Councillor Thorngass?
Did you think that I wasn't going to speak?
Go ahead.
That's the thing. I'd just like to, I guess, mention that initially, that developer wanted to purchase that land from us, and I guess that was years ago. And we're told that such a transfer of funds to the town could not happen. And we're still, like here, at the mercy of getting approval from the Minister of Municipal and Provincial Affairs to even say that this is something doable, where we have never done something like this before. I have to really emphasize and say that I agree with what Councillor Glent is saying. I've struggled with this since Tuesday, since I came in to the flood meeting on Tuesday morning. I will say that one of the things that we mentioned, and I mentioned again with the resident, and I'm still really torn with the whole thing, is the fact that we own access to the go down behind the houses, and I mentioned that, and even the new development, I thought that we would be able to put a trail behind there. And that property is not sold yet, so I'm still struggling with why that's not able to happen, because we have got we've got a meadow now that we don't have access to. And while residents don't want it, that is really our property. So I'm torn with that, and even when I talked with the residents several months ago, while it was fine to say not behind my house, but I even put that out as an option at that point in time, and it wouldn't be the all-deal situation, but I mean, we do, and that's something, even with the selling of this land, we own that access, that's there, that easement. So I'm really concerned about having that piece of property, and that's where the conversation went. But this again is all up to the department for the minister to sign off on making this happen. I've had a few days to digest this and know where we're coming from with regards to the developer and the landowner. And unfortunately, Councillor Glent only found out about all of this evening. So he's passionate for it and everything. I've been there, as most of you know, and I know now that even hearing what Councillor Pollard has said, we've learned a lot from this, mistakes that were made along the way, and I hope and pray to God that we're not back in this situation, because Councillor Glent mentioned this a year ago when we talked about this first, and I was one of the ones go away. Like, how could somebody back out of this and wanting this whole thing? and it's the worst case, and his worst nightmare has basically come true. So I'm tied up in this, and I'm struggling to do what is right.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to propose a amendment to the motion.
Go ahead.
So it says here, Town of Troy Bay seek, excuse me, seek the approval of the Department of Municipal Affairs and Provincial Affairs, Department of Municipal and Provincial Affairs to sell at fair market value approximately 1932 square meters of land to Board Holdings Limited to enable the development of 2 residential lots. I'd like to change the size of that. Instead of the 1932, that we change that to, see, right here.
14.
Right, so we take out on the bottom part the 484 square meters, that we retain enough square footage and access, because this shows
We need
public
more.
access straight to the green space. This is exactly what we need, and this is again for the original purpose, so that we take out enough to put a trail in from this access point, whereas that does not go against the original purpose of that land. It could, in the, with the phase 1, basically as they were sold, like that. And then whereas this can help the developer move forward with their other lots, and whereas then this would assure maximum value to all residents of the town by providing public access, which we already own, public access, trail was to the meadow. So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Lind. I sent an email to town staff afterwards to ask for that exact thing, because I knew we couldn't give away our easement anyway.
We can't use it.
Even though it's leave note. So the 1932 needs to be adjusted.
Yeah.
And I think CAO has the new figures, new amounts. We should go in that
So
motion.
you're the one with that's making the tippy-tappies across from one another. See?
I believe it's the original 1,000.
No, it can't be 1,098. The area above it is 1,448 itself.
So I don't have that new figure because those maps were based on what the Development Control Officer had developed for the director. So we wanted to amend the motion to state regarding exclusion of the drainage easement.
Yes.
And I can reconfirm the figure.
I've asked Councillor Glant to see.
Exclusion of the drainage easement, right? That gives us, that's this piece.
Councillor Glant did the motion, so he has
That's
to
that
be
piece there?
satisfied with it at that time. Yeah.
You got that piece there? It's in your package.
Yeah, I know, but
We don't have
Is that the
maps.
green
Those are
one?
The maps that the planning department developed when they were talking based on discussions at committee level.
Or property.
So in order for that motion to move forward, I guess Council plan to include the removal of drainage easements so that we can access.
Well, I'd just also like to point out that our open space management strategy, which is published before this happened, also indicates area for a park to be that area, as well as a trail to go through there. Is that correct, Director?
The trail is there too?
So there's both a park and a trail in our adopted open space management strategy, and to
That's what we based this
to
on.
not,
That's in our open
Sorry.
space management plan.
yeah.
All right.
Actually, I'll just put forward a motion. I can speak to the motion in a second.
can we just get a clarification on what amendment that you want to make? So you want to make an amendment that, regardless of the numbers, let's not worry about the numbers. We want to make sure that the town excludes the drainage easement. This is what gives us access to the back, right?
I want to ensure that the public area right here, indicated on the map that says 484.3 square meters, right? That we retain enough square footage to put a trail, either natural or constructed, to access, quote unquote, the meadow, which is going to be coming up as part of the trade in a second.
Well, I think what was communicated to me late this afternoon was to exclude the land which is currently our drainage easement.
Right.
Just a quick question. Can we just exclude that entire area down there and
Yeah,
have the
that's
two
what I was-
developers go ahead and make it easy? So that 484?
Doesn't that then exclude this building lot?
That's not what was discussed with the residents this morning. They had asked, because the discussion previously was to the rear of their property, and then, I think the comment made by the resident was, well, we're not gonna take it from the rear and then try and put it in on the side.
Right.
So
But we already own that. We already own that on the side. That's our property. It was our property for open space before the house was built. It's in our open space management plan for park and trails. And this would then, again, this is not going to be, downtown St. John's here, guys. This is the path through the woods to get to a green space. And it's going to, for all the things that I said about for maximizing the value of getting rid of these assets and building a nice community there. The point of this was to have some green space there, and that goes along with the whole open space management strategy and everything. And this is a last minute solution that we can compromise on to get this done, I think.
Do we have an actual motion
Yes,
on
we-
the floor? Because it seems to me it's
No, we
way
kind
out
of got the
control.
rails there.
We do.
So what is the motion exactly? Because I'm not sure I
And
understand.
I'm going to get Ann to read it back for us.
Okay, I'll read what Councillor Gallant had said first and what I took down. The amendment was put forward by Councillor Gallant, seconded by Mary Thorne Goss, to change the size of the land as per the map that you held up, that we retain enough square footage and access to put in the trail, exclusion of drainage easement. This can help developer move forward with lots and ensure maximum value to all residents of the town by providing public access to the meadow.
And I actually like to add in whereas there, whereas the open space management strategy indicates a trail park in this area, and whereas this is consistent with the original intended purpose of the public plan, the town side.
But what about your
You're
residents?
okay with adding in those extra pieces? You're the seconder,
Yeah.
okay?
Could we, Deputy Clerk, would you mind reading it one more time?
To motion number 2, Councillor Gallant put forward an amendment, seconded by Mary Thorne Goss, to change the size of land as per the map, that we retain enough square footage and access to put in trail, exclusion of drainage easement. This can help the developer move forward with lots and ensure maximum value to all residents of the town by providing public access to the meadow. And whereas open management's strategic
Open space management strategy.
And whereas open space management strategy indicates park in the area and consistent with original intended purpose of public land. Park and trail.
All right, so that's the motion. Anybody want to speak to that? Deputy Mayor?
So I'm going to be clear about my understanding of this situation. My understanding is that we have just discussed that these residents were not consulted with. We've had an admission that this thing could have been done better. We have 2 lots here in that cul-de-sac that we would gain tax revenue from that have a sale pending this week. And we have a contractor who is not going to have that sale for those 2 pieces of land move forward if we don't get this sorted tonight. We also have residents in that neighborhood that this council seems to continue to not want to listen to say, we are going to put a trail in the back of your yard without prior consultation, no matter what you want to say. That is not the council that I'm a part of or want to be a part of. The council that I'm a part of.
It's not on their
is
property.
the
Just point of order, just saying it's not.
Sorry,
it's not
I
on
will
their
correct
property.
you.
Hang.
The trail space that you're talking
Deputy
about,
Mayor.
the land, that land belongs to the contractor. And I was looking at my phone trying to come back through the emails on that with the contractor, and there's communication from the contractor to the residents guaranteeing that they won't put that trail through the back of their property. That's their land. And they're saying they're not going to do it because that wasn't part of the original agreement. And they want the people who live in that part of their community that they're developing to be happy with what they have. And the two new lots, the people who own those lots, we were told today, they don't want that trail there. The reason for motion number 4, to gain access to that green space that would be negotiated here, is still to have access to green space, is still to have a trail in phase 2, to make sure that we could listen to the residents that were not consulted with, make sure that we fix the errors of what was done, and have 2 pieces of land here that were meant to be carved out so that we could have the sale for those 2 properties, so people could build their homes there, live happily in that community, in that part of our community, and also make sure those sales happen so that we could have that tax base inclusion here. The easement, I have no problem with saying that the easement for water drainage should be there, absolutely. But beyond that, to dare come back to the table again now and say we are going to, one way or the other, put a trail down here after all the work that has been done to find a resolution with the contractor, council, and the residents to make sure there's a win-win-win here, that's what we need to do. If we take a decision here tonight to put this trail in here against the wishes of the residents, we're going back into another appeal. And that we don't want an appeal. The residents don't want an appeal. The contractor does not want an appeal, because if there's another appeal here, that contractor is not going to sell those 2 pieces of land. The initial motion here was to get fair market value for the land that is there, that we've heard around the table tonight, that's not really useful to anyone other than the people who own that land adjacent to get that sale in place. So this adjustment is to try to force a trail in the current phase. But if you actually read through all 4 motions, you will see that that piece that Councillor Gallant wants to have around the trail is already addressed in motion number 4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all you had to say.
Anyone else?
Sorry,
Chris,
I'm still,
baffled.
no, not baffled.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I've been cameras start off it, but I feel misled somewhat in terms of the information that we provided. The motion can't include the easement. I mean, you know, that's our reason. Whichever way we carve the land up, that easement's got to be there. Suppose we say it's for a trail or something else, you know, that'll be a decision of the next council as to what is actually used for at the end of the day anyway. Suppose we just say easement or otherwise, you know. So as long as we get that piece of property belonging to us, I'm fine with eliminating the rest of it. I'm just ired right at the present time, to say the least, in terms of the information and the feeling. I was not, and was told, and I suppose bad on me, that we should have looked at that was a part of the master plan before houses were constructed, and that's where everything was based on. That's why I was trying to get Director Winter to provide me with a copy of where that is in the master plan, or
That's in the master
for all of
plan.
us in
That
the master plan.
changes
That's why I
everything.
wanted in camera.
It doesn't. Master plan is.
Our recreation master plan with a trail down in that area, we were told that that wasn't the case. Everything that we just talked about is not correct. I was told, and even with Deputy Mayor, we have been talking to residents, and our reason for making decisions that we have made is because that was not in our open space management plan and involved. And since Councillor Glant has been talking, I just found out that it is actually there. And I don't know, CO, did you see like that there's trails actually around that area, and it is part? That changes our rationale for doing everything here tonight. And I am beyond frustrated. I was frustrated before I got here and dealing with all of that. But I specifically asked, and even when we had consultation with the residents down there, we were told that that was not, and that was part of us and our discussions to say, and our logic behind not proceeding with this. If we do what we're looking at doing here tonight, we have negative ramifications for every trail system that we're looking at putting in the town of Torbay. And I really feel right now, regardless, I'm putting myself out on a limb, that I don't have enough information based on what Director Winters just told me. And that's why I was suggesting to take like a 5-minute recess to basically look at the information that he has here and to see where we're to with it. Because I, for one, and anyway, I'm sorry, and I'm a firm believer, if I'm ready to make a decision and new information comes forward, then that changes everything. But if that is indeed fact, and I'm led to believe that it is, then we're going to destroy every plan that we have here right now in the town. And the only way I looked at it is because there was no communication, because everything we failed, and because there was no master plan with open space. And I think maybe Councillor Pollard is feeling the same thing. We're going along with this, and we don't have all the answers. And that is totally new information.
Your Worship, I do think, despite this new information, we do need to have a brief recess and consult with Director Winter. So I'd like to move that we take a 5 to 10 minute recess. So move.
Second.
All right.
And I'm not even on the committee, but I'd like for you to find out your information.
Can I speak?
Well, we got a motion on the floor first.
Yeah,
right?
well, I think we need to defer it because that can have ramifications. I know
Motion's
we're in the middle of it,
recess.
but
Motion to recess. Can I speak to the motion to recess?
Just, well,
Yeah,
let's
just,
get that through.
I think that it's not necessarily a good thing right now if we're going to cut off the cameras and talk about this in private and then come back. I think what is here is clear. I think that the proposal of saving this little sliver, is not going to negate the original purpose of the land, right? This is not something, we're not changing nothing here. This will going to allow the
Yes.
development to go ahead, and it's going to allow us to
Yes.
get that. I think we should
Yeah.
I think we should
Okay.
vote on this now. Let's
Okay.
just do this.
I think so too.
Yeah,
And to
I
that-
agree.
To that point, right, regardless of what the open space management strategy says, that development is already built. So it's hard to apply the open space management strategy after the fact. It's very
But it
difficult.
was here before is what I'm saying.
It's very easy if the park, the X on the map is just a couple meters down, and that's the meadow, and the
So-
trail getting to the meadow is this piece of land that we already own.
Right.
I don't
So-
know how. You know,
To me, what we're dealing with right now, and I get clarification. Well, first of all, we got a
We've got a motion to
Motion.
recess or not.
We got a motion to
Motion.
recess or not. I don't think that we should recess, because I think that we can deal with this now. There's no
Okay.
point in going in behind, so how do we deal with that? Vote on
We
it?
have to call a question.
Call question on a recess vote. All in favor of taking a recess? Opposed? Okay,
I
so that's
just
dealt-
rescinded it.
so that's dealt with, but I'm just looking at, I want to ask a question for clarification on something here so that we all know what we're talking about. I'm looking at this map here. This is more accurate, Brian, than the one that we're looking at here? Right?
They're all the same area, just.
They're off the same, but what I'm seeing on this one is the orange marker here excludes our drainage easement from the survey that's done by the developer. So no matter what, that easement stays within the town's ownership. Has to, we can't sell it.
Yeah.
It's a drainage
This
easement.
is, that's more accurate,
Okay.
Jeff?
This is that we need to work with the developer on.
Yeah.
Yes, this one here.
Yeah, this
Right?
one, Jeff?
This one is,
Instead of this one that has everything shaded.
Yes.
This one shows exactly where that drainage easement goes down, and it's outside of the survey that the developer has there. The little triangle there on the bottom, and a little triangle there in the middle lot, and a bigger triangle up in the upper spot. That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
The town is not selling our easement. There will always be a access for the town to get down there for whatever reason. If we had to address drainage issue, if we had to go and bring a vehicle or whatever, or to go out in that meadow to pick up garbage or whatever. It's there and available to the town to use. I don't think we need to convolute the situation anymore by adding in extra stuff. I think it's pretty clear what our plan is there to do. I think those numbers in the motion are probably off a bit, and I agree that we should probably amend it to say excluding the drainage easement that the town owns. And I don't think we have to go any further than that. I mean, that should look after that piece there.
I guess the point, sorry, actually, am I speaking a second time in my motion here? Or is everyone?
Let's see if anybody else wants to talk to your motion first. The
Be-
deputy mayor already spoke to it.
Before we vote, I'd just like the deputy clerk to read the final
Yeah, okay,
paragraph before we vote, because
all right. The only, anybody else? The only issue that I have with your amendment is that you're quoting these numbers that we're not really sure about. I think that it's easier for us to say exclude the town-owned easement, because that's already there on the survey. We know exactly what it is, right?
Well, I guess
And that's to you.
okay, I'll speak this again.
Okay.
So, before we had the meeting, we were having a bit of loggerheads on how to get around this. And this is my last council meeting, right? All pro green space stuff. But what the whole point of me suggesting that we keep that piece of land right here, this is kind of easy for folks at home to kind of digest a little more than that one, is that we could I just want to be able to have access. We're going to gain a park, basically, right? This big land we're going to have this park, but we're not going to have anywhere to get it, except for the piece of land that we own that's already open, that's in our open space management plan, all there, right? So all this goes along with everything the council we work for, and have consulted with the entire town about that open space management plan. So we did consult with everybody. I just want to have enough space to build the trail through there as opposed to around back and stuff like that. Is that in someone's backyard? This is actually in our yard. This is the public yard. So maybe I should make the amendment to build build the trail through there specific. People are listening at home, and we just for posterity's sake, the obvious intent is to retain enough land from the end of that cul-de-sac to connect to that park, and it's not very far. It's just that one little tiny bit, and it's public land that we own. It's just like the same as a sidewalk. You want people, you can't complain the sidewalk's going past your house.
Point of order,
This is
Mayor.
right here.
Yes.
Sorry.
We're having this discussion here that seems to go round and round with multiple levels of
that-
emotions. Let me, if I can finish, please. Because we don't have the actual calculation here of what that easement is. And we have a motion here to arbitrarily add an easement plus enough for a thing. We have no calculations here based on what this is going to be. So there's not enough information here based on
Brian
the
has-
motion.
That's not a point of order.
There's not, but there's
That's
not
not a
enough
point of order.
information.
That's just an argument, right?
There's not enough information available here for us to make a decision, is my
Brian
point.
has it.
There is though.
No, there's not.
We do
Yeah,
have
he's
no.
got the right
The
information.
approximate will take care
Yeah.
of it. Let Zach. Red 330 square meters.
Right.
They'll take it.
For what exactly?
For the
And
easement.
then we'll take in the
Yeah.
easement that comes up like this.
Right.
So the one that's shown on
microphone.
this one there, Treat Road Pentecost one.
Yep.
So we're taking, it comes straight down the right-hand side of Orange Globes and just come right down and follow the orange shape there.
That's the easement that
That's
we are.
approximately 330 square meters.
330 square
So take that off.
meters. So what does that work out to be in dimensions, Brian?
330 square meters. It's,
So,
Yes, but long
well, I'll say
and,
regular, I'm not sure. Whatever
that's the
it is.
question though. We still don't know what that dimension is.
but
At the same time, the motion number 2 says sell it for American value before we know the price. So I mean, partly, it's, anyway.
can I just make a suggestion to you, Councillor Glenn? So your amendment that you want to make the motion to, can we just add it to the end? And this would be more of a friendly amendment, so it'll be easier to do. That just say excluding the town's drainage easement. That's it. That's all we need to do, and then that piece of land stays within,
Yeah, no,
within the town.
I know what you're saying. However, based on the history of this, where people say, hey, don't worry about it, like say, we're going to get trailed, don't be so silly, and I kind of ask for specific things to be put in, I think it would behoove me to ensure that that we retain enough land to build a trail, because that's the point. Or else we're going to end up here in a couple of months with just a drainage part, and not enough room for people to walk, right? We've got to be a little specific with this, because I think we're all of the same intention here. We want to get the development done, perfect, right? We want to honor our plans that we had when we had the big consultation about the open space management plan, right? Boom. We want to make sure that the developer goes ahead. We want to make sure that there's a park that the people that can enjoy. Again, this is not.
But we're not
All right,
listening to
okay.
the people who
Sorry,
are
yeah.
impacted,
Okay,
Councillor
that's it,
Glant.
order please. We're gonna, yes, please, Don.
This is why this matter was recommended, when I met with the director on Thursday, to defer to the next council. Not to, I mean, we met this morning with the residents who said they weren't consulted.
Oh, Don, can you use your mic, please?
Sorry. I'll take off my mask.
Probably start over.
So this is why on Thursday, after the Planning Land Use Development Committee meeting last week, when there was no consensus on bringing forth a recommendation, this is why I made the recommendation to defer this matter for further review. Then there was a request to try and resolve the matter to the satisfaction of the town, the residents, and the developer because of a pending sale. There was a meeting this morning held where we were advised that residents were not consulted appropriately, properly, as per our process. And one resident in particular it stated that they did not want the trail to the rear of their property. And then further in the conversation, they said they didn't want to the side of their property. So they clearly asked the question about, okay, you're not going to do it this way, but are you going to come back and put it to the side of the property? And it was communicated, no, the recommendation would be not.
Yep,
So by taking, we
what
would
does that-
only be keeping our drainage easement. What is being proposed, if my understanding is correct, is that Councillor Glange is proposing that we take enough land to put a trail over the drainage easement, which is not what was communicated to the resident this morning.
Sorry.
No, I'm just stating the facts, and
that's
that's
fair.
everything
I mean,
too.
people go-
But if we're going
What-
to if council's going to propose to put a trail along the side of that property, we're going to be back to square one again, because the developer does not want to do anything that's contrary to the residents and the
Yeah.
neighborhood.
The-
So
Just to reiterate, and I hate arguing with staff because I'm not arguing with you at all.
I'm just stating.
I know. It's something can come across as this. Again, the entire town was consulted when we did the open space management strategy, that when the houses were bought, this is what that area was intended to do. It is green space. We were given for green space. One of the things we do in green space is trails. In this case, we just make that green space. The only time it's ever has any monetary value or social value or anything to anybody is to connect that right there. And again, I'm sorry, whoever, for whatever political reasons talked to people and
Okay.
said this or whatever, but I'm saying this is the best interest of the town. This is the solution to the thing that was
We're gonna-
insolvable a couple
We're
of
gonna
months
have to,
ago, right?
we're gonna have to call a question
So
on
call
this
the question. Let's get this done,
now,
guys.
right? And, Ann, can you read out the motion? And Jen, would you mind coming here for a second? Please. Go ahead.
So the motion to amend motion number 2 in the memo from CAO was put forward by Councillor Glant, seconded by Mary Thorne-Goss, to change the size of land as per the map, that we retain enough square footage and access to put in a trail, exclusion of the drainage town-owned easement. This can help the developer move forward with lots and ensure maximum value to all residents of the town by providing public access to the meadow.
And whereas, yeah.
Apologies. And whereas open space management strategic, and whereas the open space management strategic master plan indicated
Sorry, Ann.
Park.
I gave the wrong name. It's Recreation Master Plan, actually, not Open Space. Sorry.
recreation master plan.
So essentially, we're saying that we're going to have that land there.
And whereas, can I continue, or,
No, we gotta recess. Do we get a?
oh, we're recessing?
Hang on, come back to me.
Do you need a recess for?
No, we don't need to recess, we can just wait.
I'm going to step out for a minute then as well.
But if we got that master plan, that changes everything. Like, I didn't know that, I was told that that didn't.
This is how we don't get.
I know, but we talked about it. We talked about it at the community level, and I was told that it wasn't, and even in our discussions that we had, down there with the residents, that was always the case, that didn't exist down there. So, in all fairness, that would be in the area, right? So, this is why we asked that, right? Yeah. Well, that's why I had said earlier, I think we should break because that's new information for all of us and decisions were based on it.
Yep.
You know, I'm glad that Ron got a lot of those on. Say it, Ron.
I can't say it, no, because I'll.
Well, you need to.
I'm looking at the map, I cannot see where all the information that we're voting on now is even correct again. There's proposed park there or something as well at the beginning of the trail, that's not there? Right? What's in the area that's proposed, and is there a trail on that bump? Where, is the trail go right past those houses?
Take a few minutes to look at what's proposed.
Well, I can't see it on that.
Right? I really do. Because we all don't have the proper information right now.
Well,
Let this motion go through, we said that 10 minutes ago. Get this one, and then we need to have a further discussion.
Well, I think the important part of that motion that's gone through is that there's sufficient for the easement and the trail, and that should incorporate some type of buffer if we're going to put one there, so that the residents aren't negatively impacted by that as well, right? So if there's something being put there, to make sure there's at least a significant buffer that if we do that. And that's worse than the trail behind. If you put a trailer, worse than the trail behind us, that's going right across their driveway, which they have to tear up because their driveway's on the easement.
Yeah, though,
Everybody's driveway's on easement.
Yes, but we're not having people walk over.
you can see there again. That's
Mayor, can I make a motion to defer this item?
hang on for a second, Russ. There's way too much.
that's what I was gonna call the question. I want to get this done.
Well, can we defer? Because
Call the question.
we call the question and there's a decision made here. There could be an appeal tomorrow.
Well, then appeal.
Appeals, they appeal, we can't hold.
Yeah.
We had a motion on the floor, and the question has been called.
I need it reread.
It's too late to defer it.
No, I need it reread. Before we vote, all the conversation back and forth, it's like
Sorry, my microphone
rules of
wasn't on.
procedure are gone again.
Okay, amendment put forward on motion number 2 of the memo from CAO dated September 20th. Put forward by Councillor Glant, seconded by Councillor Thorne-Goss to change size of land as per map, that we retain enough square footage and access to put in trail, inclusion of the drainage town-owned easement. This can help the developer move forward with lots and ensure maximum value to all residents of the town by providing public access to the meadow. And whereas the Recreation Master Plan indicates park and trail in this area and consistent with original intended purpose of public land.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to get a clarification on something before we vote. The fact that we're saying that we're retaining enough land that the town could put a trail in there if they wanted to, doesn't mean that we're going down there and putting in a trail.
No.
It means that
It's just there.
it means that at some point down the road, another council will have to make a decision on that, right?
That'd be my understanding.
That's exactly what the motion says. I don't want anybody to have any misunderstanding about what that is. It's saying that the town makes sure we retain enough land
So that
Yeah.
in the future, we could put in a trail.
if we want to, right?
That's not what was
It doesn't matter what's
communicated.
communicated. It's
I
what
know.
put forward. I don't
Anyway,
care.
But
what
the
you-
contractors and the
Order, please.
residents.
It doesn't matter,
Order.
man. Just
Order.
vote on it, will you?
There's an amendment put forward by Councillor Glant, and regardless of what other discussion took place or whatever, the motion came forward, every member of council has a right to put forward amended motions. And this is the situation we're in right now. Councillor Glenn put forward a motion, an amendment, and we're in a position now we have to vote on it. I just wanted to get a clarification for myself that adding that language in there to make sure that we retain that easement does not specifically mean that the town is going to go down there tomorrow and put in a trail.
So
I want-
actually,
I
how
want there-
much
I want
land
there-
are we talking about?
The
Hold on,
easement.
because I have to ask the
The
question.
question's been called, man.
How
Can
much
we just
land
vote?
are we talking
The
about?
mayor.
How can I take a decision if I don't know how much land
It's-
exactly we're talking about here? Because at the end of the day, you've got two
Mr. Mayor,
sales
could you get
here.
control? Could you get control?
Mayor, if I can
Deputy
just
Mayor,
finish, there's two
you're out of order.
pending
You're out of order,
sales
please.
that will be adjusted, and we don't know how much land we're
Deputy Mayor,
talking about.
We're talking about the easement. Brian already said how much it was. It's
But
up-
no, you're talking about an easement plus a trail plus a buffer, and I don't know how much that
Mr. Mayor, could you
is.
control order so we can just move on?
I call order. We're going to vote on basically that amended motion that Ann has read out multiple times. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Back to the chair. So, we still need to, so the motion as amended was adopted
For number 2.
for number 2. We still have to do anything with the original motion, Don?
As one body, yes.
That decision's already made, is it not?
No, we added an amendment to our original motion, which changes
gotta have
the
to vote on the
motion.
main
So now
motion,
we
right?
have to
Okay, so
read.
then I have to vote on the main motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What's the main
Opposed?
motion?
Number 2.
With the amendment added in there.
Yeah, with the amendment added in. So
So-
we vote on the amendment, then you had to vote on the main motion with the
With the
amended motion.
amendment added.
So I'm going to make the comment before I vote on motion number 2 as presented, that I don't have the
Well,
Mayor, can we-
information.
Excuse
I
me.
believe
Already voted
before we
against it.
vote on this motion, which is
Order,
a
please.
separate motion.
Hang on for a second. I just want to clarify with the CAO what we're doing here is correct. I want to speak to this motion. This is the motion that's on the floor, is it not? Yep.
What
Yes,
motion?
this is the one that's on the floor. But everybody spoke to that already. And then Councillor Glant made an amendment, and then everybody spoke to the amendment.
Yeah.
So
we had
you've
to-
got a new motion with a new amendment, and we're going to adopt this now without having any
We vote
commentary
on the
on it.
amendment, then we vote on the main motion, amended.
And that's
But the
why-
amendment impacts the main motion, because again, I don't know
Right.
how much land we're talking about sending over to municipal affairs for approval. So how can I approve this
We already-
if I don't know? Because no, 1932.8 meters squared is not accurate in this motion now.
No, because it's amended, and it's amended to say that excluding the easement, that the amendment that just passed
And
that
then
time.
that
Now we
added
have
on
to vote
to
on
the
on the
original
main
one.
motion amended.
And that makes it one.
With the amendment included, makes it one motion.
There's not enough information available. It should
Well,
be deferred.
we've already
Well,
got
look-
it there, so anyway, we'll call the
Look it up.
question. Right? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
That's the
Back to
second
the
time she's
chair.
done it.
Okay, motion number 3, and friendly reminder, this is only one part of a lengthy report. The town of Torbay proceed with an appraisal to determine the fair market value of the 1932.8 meter squared land, so moved. That one's gonna have to be amended as well. So it still needs to go to the floor and then it needs to be called to amend, would I be correct in saying that, or?
You can do a friendly amendment to exclude the easement,
Okay,
right?
And then when you mean easement, it means
As per motion
enough
number 2.
enough for a trail.
As per motion 2.
Exactly. Thank you.
okay, and Deputy Clerk, could you read that once you prepare it, please?
It hasn't been seconded.
Second.
Motion put forward by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Thorne Goss, that the town of Torbay proceed with an appraisal to determine the fair market value of the 1,932.8 meter square land, excluding easement as per motion number 2.
Right, okay.
So that means it's an amendment. So we go on this one first.
That's a friendly amendment,
That's a friendly.
so it can just be accepted.
Yeah.
We only had to vote on that one, on that motion once. Okay.
Uh,
Comments?
There's
So-
still not enough information for me to vote in favor of this.
We should then
It's just
vote.
that simple.
Do anybody else have a comment?
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, great, I'll take my turn
Go ahead.
speaking on this here. I have a question, and again, I'm all about making sure that the sale goes ahead, and I thought we had a really good deal worked out. I thought it was a really great way of communicating when we're all on the same page. I don't know what happened behind the scenes between us making a decision and this being put in not in our regular packages, but kind of come up, again, I don't have the full story behind all that, so I can't comment too much on it. But could someone please remind me, in the original agreement, did we charge the developer for that land, or was it part of a swap?
Part of a swap.
It was part of a swap? So I think in order to get this, I would actually be in favor if the developer is okay with it. I wouldn't even charge them for that. I would make that part of the land swap, to be honest with you. Right? Just if they're going to give us that huge piece of land, because right. Well, I'm saying this is extra cost to them. Again, because I just like the way the original thing had been done.
Yes, but the original one, Councillor Glant, included the developer building a trail,
Right.
which was a cost associated
No,
with that,
no,
which
you're
is
right.
not going to be there now.
You're absolutely right. So I'm okay with then charging fair market value for the 932 minus the easement appropriate for a trail.
Okay, all right. Anybody else want to comment on that?
I do, but I get 3 minutes?
Sure.
1 minute to think first, will you, please? I gotta say, this is pretty tough. I feel bad, and I gotta speak to all 4 motions in as quickly as I can, and I'm often accused of speaking too quickly, so I'm gonna speak really quickly now. So if I don't understand me, I apologize. We have to preserve the residents' right to their privacy as well. So whatever else is done here on the decision and on the conversations with them, they have got to have some type of buffer between the trail and what goes by, because it is darn close to their residence. I'm not totally convinced, and I'm not doubting staff. I'm not totally convinced that the recreation master plan strictly identifies a road and a trail going down a road at a certain point in time. I know it's in general proximity, and it might be close to the river, and it might be some other things. But I really need to see the history of that from the start to find out when the subdivision went in, when the recreation master plan was done, how the recreation master plan was communicated to residents, and those impacts that we move forward. The information that comes to planning development should be complete in every aspect of questions that can possibly be done to start off with people make a proper decision. And that has not been done in this case here. So we can't change the easement. I agree, because the easement is always going to be there. We can't change what future councils are going to do. That's why I voted to say, yeah, put the trail in, makes no difference. It's got to be a motion next council anyway. As long as the easement is there, we had to let the easement go. That's our easement. Next council can decide what it wants to do with the easement. The decision around it is. So we're better off making the decision now to say, yes, but let's make sure that we got sufficient land there to buffer it if another council decides to put an easement into there. Right now, we got a trail going to nowhere. We don't have any agreement on the purchase price, or not purchase price. We don't have any agreement on the actual land swap itself in terms of the land. Then we got a small trail going to an open area space that in a lot of respects, from a resident's perspective, could lead to trouble, because it would be just a gathering place for nuisances and things of that nature, unless there's something specific done with that land, or it's left fallow to be a natural open space. And I think that's where the considerations got to go on a go-forward basis.
Can you
I'd like to make
quantify buffer?
Hang on.
an amendment to the motion number 3.
We already got it. It's already one amendment down.
But number 3 motion?
Yeah, we just amended it.
Do we have any sort of quantification of what that
Hang
buffer
on,
would
guys,
be?
one at a time, please.
Sorry, what I'm trying to say is that when the township may proceed with appraisal to determine the fair market value of the land, I'd just like to add in an amendment, whereas we would take the proceeds from the sale of that land to put, say, a privacy fence for the
Well, I mean.
We don't even have we don't have a
Excuse me?
quantification of what a buffer would be here. What are we
Mr. Mayor.
saying about putting a
Mr. Mayor.
fence in when we don't even know where
Mr.
we're
Mayor.
proposing to put a fence? This is
So-
Hold on,
embarrassing.
please.
So-
This is embarrassing.
Please.
So moved. So moved. So can I get a
Do you
seconder
have-
for the
do you have a
discussion on that
second?
if you want?
Second for discussion.
Just, could I
Yes,
add
please.
something?
Yeah.
And
Before we
so-
talk about that.
On Friday or Thursday, when I spoke to the director, knowing where the communication was going and that the developer was not in favor of putting anything in place without residential support, it was very important for the developer to make sure that council heard the concerns of residents in the area. I asked the director to put forth to the developer the possibility of installing a privacy fence. The residents do not want fences installed along the boundary of their property, whether it's to the right, to the left, or to the rear of the property. So the proposition of putting in a privacy fence has already been brought forth to the developer and to the residents, and they do not want.
So again, this is,
Just,
It was the residents that did not want the privacy fence installed. The developer was prepared to do it. The residents do not want a
All right.
privacy fence. They do not want a trail
That-
surrounding their property.
that resident, not
Thank you.
residents, right?
Thank
That-
you.
That resident, right?
Councillor Glant, you made your motion.
Yeah, I want to make a motion, and that way, on our property, on our trail that we can get to our green space, we can just take the proceeds from that, and then the town can pay to put up the privacy fence. So moved.
Councillor
No.
Roach seconded. I don't have any discussion on that.
I don't think that that's proper to say that that's what we're going to use the funds for. That's something that, there may never be a trail or anything go in there. I'm just looking at, I guess, from perspective right now, that whatever we're doing, we can't say what we're going to use those funds for. So I can't be in support of a motion that you're saying that's what we should do with that.
Especially now as an outgoing council.
Uh-huh.
We can't lay that down on
Yeah,
a new
no.
council coming in.
All right,
I won't be here.
we call a question. All in favor of,
Of what? Now, what do we?
Yeah, could the deputy clerk?
it's the amendment that Councillor Glant just made to say that the proceeds from the sale of the
Okay.
land would go towards building the privacy fence
On town property.
on town property. So, all in favor of that? Opposed? Carried.
I'm opposed.
Yeah. So now we're back to the amended motion, had a friendly amendment to exclude the easement from motion number 2.
Which
So,
motion are you
okay.
on now?
3. There was a friendly amendment to proceed with the appraisal, to determine the free market value of that parcel of land, excluding the easement as outlined in motion number 2. Okay, and that was moved and seconded. So,
Sorry,
can we call a question on that now?
where are we now?
Yeah.
We're still on motion 3. There was a friendly amendment made to it, to say include the, to exclude the easement as outlined in motion number 2,
Because we don't know the size of it.
right?
Correct.
Is everybody in favor of that friendly amendment?
No.
That was number
Would
2.
you not, are the mover and the seconder
Yes.
of the motion in favor of the friendly amendment? Okay, so then we can vote on that as amended.
Yes.
Do anybody want to speak to that motion?
I do.
Go ahead.
The appraisal doesn't say who's covering the cost of it. That should be for developer's cost, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
So you're making a friendly amendment for this council to get an appraisal.
I'm not making a friendly
Friendly
amendment.
amendments are done,
The
right?
friend, but, right, but we're making a friendly amendment to get an appraisal on land where we don't know what the specs are gonna be on it, and we're gonna force a trail through a residential area where we have a contractor and a resident working together, saying, no, this is not gonna happen.
No, that's not
I'm
what we're doing.
gonna make the point very clear. The solution here tonight was meant to have the ability to sell those 2 lots, not impede that sale, and make sure that we work with the contractor and the residents to find a solution. What's going to happen here after this meeting tonight? Unfortunately, that sale is going to be jeopardized because I can guarantee you there's going to be an appeal if those residents, again, are not listened to by this council, and that we are going to keep enough land there so that at some point, whenever they don't know, there's going to be a trail put in their backyard one way or the other. This is embarrassing to me as a member of this council when I've spent 4 years, as I understood it, working with a council who was going to listen and work with residents to have a better Torbay for everybody. That's what I've been running for. What I'm hearing here tonight is it doesn't matter, residents, what you have to say. We are not going to listen. We're going to proceed stubbornly in the direction where we want to be, jeopardize the sale, jeopardize the tax benefit and the development that'll come with those two pieces of land because we're not going to listen to our residents. That's what I'm hearing tonight. And I'm very sorry to the contractor and the residents for what has happened here this evening. That's my comment.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Goss?
I hear what the deputy mayor is saying, and I said a few minutes ago, as I've been sitting here, and I guess a lot of the decisions about listening to residents over there and about the communication was, when I asked the question, we did not have a recreation master plan with trails outlined in that area. I asked for us to take a recess so we could view that and see what was available. And once that's become to my attention that we have that, that's new information from me, and we would literally be jeopardizing, and I hear what everybody is saying, but I got to listen to the residents on all sides of this. And we all know that trails are very important in the town of Torbay. We went and we had that master plan done, and if that wasn't there, I'd have no questions about any of that. But even this morning and up until right now, 10 minutes ago, I was not aware of that. And that's why I had asked for us to take a few minutes and view that so that we would all have the same information. And I feel bad for discussions that we're after having and going back on it all. But that is totally new information, and I would not be able to justify in good conscience going against a recreation master plan. I am in no way, shape, or form saying on that easement that we look at putting a trail in there. We're not asking the Bournes to develop that trail. It may never happen. But I do not, for one council, for me as a councillor, do not want to go down on the record to say my last meeting of council at this point in time that I am going to interfere with a master plan and rush something through that I don't have full knowledge of. All of these motions here tonight were looked at, bringing them forward, and as a result of that, there would be logistics to work out. And if we were looking at putting a trail in, the first motion that we had, like with the amount of space and what have you that's in here, we put a motion on that. So everything that we're trying to do, it's been 8 months, 10 months since we got this, and we're trying to work on it. I feel bad that we have only got to this point and the last month that of this council. And I can't apologize enough to everybody who's witnessing this, but I was not when asked, and I'm sure that Councillor Martin over there, the same thing. I did not know that the recreation master plan was there. I have asked just to take a few minutes and look at that on the screen to make sure we're all consistent and we know what we're dealing with. And based on that, you know, I need to look
That's
at,
why I put a motion in the recess.
I need to look at where we're going and what we're doing, and not to jeopardize trails in the town of Torbay.
How is it after 9 months of work
Deputy
in this
Mayor, you
file
already-
that you don't
Deputy Mayor-
have that
Deputy Mayor.
information?
Deputy Mayor, you already spoke to this motion.
It's Councillor Thorngass's time as well, too, Mayor.
And time's up. If we want to stop and put up on the screen, if Brian can do it, then we can do that.
Well, we've moved on from that motion.
Well, we still got two more, right? This one and the next one. My whole point about it was, the recreation master plan that was adopted and the open space management strategy for the town that the town has are guiding documents. They're not policy, right? So it's not like our town plan that specifically lays it. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I agree that those documents are important, but they're not a set in stone thing.
But the
They-
fact
they
that we
change,
have them
right?
makes a
But
difference.
the fact we have them does make a difference. If we want to take a few minutes to look at them, that's fine. If-
Mayor, we
if-
shouldn't be
yeah.
doing that in this chamber right
Okay,
now.
I'm-
We should have deferred the entire matter. That was the original recommendation on Thursday because there was too many unanswered questions.
Okay.
And now we find ourselves here in the public chamber having these discussions, which, yes, it's part of the decision-making process. But we were not prepared to bring forth a recommendation, and we're trying to get a matter resolved because of a potential sale by the developer, and the developer wanting to work with the residents. And obviously, through the conversations tonight, that council is still not comfortable making those decisions, and they're passing motions for the
Okay.
sake of passing motions.
So,
And maybe
excuse me.
the whole matter should be deferred, but
I'm,
then,
excuse me, I'm not passing motions for the sake of, yeah, sorry. I'm
Anyway,
but I don't mean, I don't
no,
mean
I
it that way.
I really don't want to debate with you.
and you know what, you make a good point, CAO, like, a council meeting is not the place now to bring up a bunch of new information on the screen. All that work should have been done prior, before recommendations are brought forward.
I
But here
agree.
we sit.
Mayor
Right,
Scott, can I speak, please?
Here we sit.
Can we speak to the
Councilor.
motions and?
Well,
Yes.
like, I'm the chair, so I'd like to speak. You know, I've been pretty
Just
quiet all evening.
Hang on now, before you do, I want to see if anybody else needs to speak to this motion. Okay, back to you for close-out debate.
Yeah, like, you know, I want to remind everyone too, you know, yes, council works together, and yes, council does X, Y, and Z, but also council has a duty to accommodate applicants that come in. And a lot of these files have exceeded the 8-week waiting period that we have for applications. And like, every time we come up with an application, like we've been here almost 2 hours and we're still on this one application. You know, like we have, you know, like the world has to turn. We were elected to make decisions, and sometimes we have to make decisions that are tough. So if we do need to break in a meeting, you know, and bring something up on a screen to confirm everyone's comfortable or not before voting, you know, I think that that's a fairly diplomatic process. You know, I don't think that we should be deferring stuff, because we've already deferred way too much stuff over these past 4 years, and that, I think, to an extent has caused the accumulation of backup files that we have. So, you know, like, every file we get at, if there's one little thing off kilter, I don't think we should be deferring it. I think if we have a resource here that we should check to make an informed decision, we should break and check it, and then come back to the table, and if it's still not satisfactory, we'll address it then and there. But like, we're not here knocking down dominoes. We're an elected council, and you know, we've got a duty to accommodate, a duty to respond. So, like, I think just defer is just going to make more work and more of a pile up for whoever else takes over my seat. But you know, I think everyone's off kilter here, and I think we really need to revisit that and try and do our jobs.
All right, thank you. So let me just review where we are. We already passed the motion to rescind the addendum to the Kennedy's Brook 1 subdivision agreement. That's done. We've done that. The motion is passed. We're moved on. We passed the motion we already passed the motion to seek approval from the Department of Municipal Affairs to sell that land, those 2 pieces of land minus the easement. That motion is passed. It's done. So now, this motion, all it's talking about is that we proceed with an appraisal to determine the fair market value of the land that we've already agreed in number 1 and number 2 that we're going to sell. So there's no point in doing anything else but just move on with these motions. Like, we've already made decisions that are impacting these ones. So,
It's a question.
call the question.
So if the deputy clerk could be so kind to read that out once more, please.
Are
Pardon
we, this is on the amendment, correct?
Yeah, we just had a friendly amendment on that one, right?
We have an amendment that we will take the proceeds from the sale
No,
of
that
land?
failed. That failed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's the one with excluding the easement.
To exclude the easement.
This is motion 3, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
that the town of Torbay proceed with an appraisal to determine the fair market value of the 1932.8 meter square land.
Yeah, excluding the easement as outlined in motion 2.
Yes.
Excluding easement. Okay. got it.
Okay, all right? Everybody's clear on the motion?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you. The last part of this one, motion number 4 also needs to be amended. As part of the original one is as part of the amended subdivision agreement, and in exchange for the town of Torbay selling 1.098 metres squared of land, provided the ministerial approval is granted to Bournes Holding Limited, provide the town of Torbay with land commonly known as the Meadow and or in combination with cash to ensure that 10% open space requirement is provided at fair market value. Access to the open space will be provided in Kennedy's Brook Phase 2 subdivision development. Do I need to move that CAO before we amend it, or can I put forward an amendment now? Because we need to omit the 1,098
Yeah.
meters.
You need to admit the last sentence too.
And we need to omit that too, so, can I present that with, and omit, selling, the 1,098 meters squared, as well as to access the open space, in Kennedy's Brook Phase 2 subdivision
So
development.
remove the last sentence, and to amend the square,
Remove do we need to
land.
amend it or remove it?
It needs to be amended to reflect
To reflect
motions
note 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, yeah. 3 and 2.
3 and 2.
Yeah.
And just for clarity, the access to open space, it says here, quote, the access to open space provided in Kennedy's Brook Phase 2 subdivision development.
That's removed.
I'm saying we're removing that, but that is from, is that from the original? So we're gonna,
No.
where was that from?
That was put in your.
Discussion with the developer.
So why are
And
we
the
removing access to the green space
Well,
from,
Because,
from there?
It's in a different
I'll
area.
leave that to Donna.
because
Phase 1,
in your
Different spot.
amended motion that you're asking for us to maintain land for the drainage easement and enough for trail access. So
But,
why would we need,
But I'm saying, well, why would we take out access to the trail? Why would we remove access to the open space provided in Kennedy's Brook Phase 2 subdivision development agreement?
because there was no access with what was being proposed tonight?
So we would have 2 accesses then,
Is it
potentially? Why would we
area?
remove
No.
a second access?
oh,
Different
phase,
location,
phase
Jeff.
2 is on this side of the bypass road. Phase 1 is on that side of the bypass road, so there is no
Different
exit.
location.
So, yeah, I guess this, I don't have a map in front of my head, so I'm confused as to,
So what was proposed tonight, there would be no access to the meadow?
oh, okay. So what was
So-
originally proposed tonight, there'd be no access to the meadow.
Correct.
Now we have 1 access to the meadow. And so this thing is access to open space we provided in Kennedy's Brook Phase 2 subdivision development. That,
No.
there's no,
Don't
that
exist.
access doesn't even exist.
So that's
No.
That's a
right.
typo type of thing? Is that?
Yeah, it don't exist.
Phase 2 don't even
They're in a
exist yet.
different
Phase
place.
2 doesn't exist.
Phase 2 is in a different location.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Where is phase 2?
It's on the other side of the road.
Across from Municipal Road.
Wasn't it talk
So
about doing
I know.
access via over, under, in between?
If you
not
want to
really
leave
metal.
it there, but it's a new point now based on motions 3
Sorry.
and 2.
Okay.
Lied.
Do you have an amended motion, Donna, okay? All right.
Glad of it.
Councillor Thornton.
Councillor Goss, did you second it?
Second.
Thank you.
Thought I did.
Actually, it didn't go forward yet.
What is the motion?
Yeah, 'cause
Deputy
the
Clerk
changes
is to
are in
raise
it.
the amended motion.
Resolve that the town of Torbay, as part of the amended subdivision agreement, to reflect motions 2 and 3, and provided that ministerial approval is granted, that Bournes Holdings Limited provide the town of Torbay with land commonly known as the Meadow and/or in combination with cash to ensure that the 10% open space requirement is provided at fair market value.
Okay.
Any issues with that?
Yeah, so moved.
I don't have any, so moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions?
I got the question, yeah. As we've been a long time at this, the access, if, you know, if we're going down the road of going to the recreation master plan, and that's the whole thing, that some of these decisions being based on. The master plan shows a trail going across the bypass road or under the bypass road or somewhere along the way. And connects to exactly the same trail we're talking about. So
So you got that, the access point.
how can we not include that and eliminate the trail based on the master plan? Boys, this
You see
is
the master plan, do you? You can see
well,
it.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the same bits of information in the level of detail that is provided for the trail
Send it
that
to all of us then.
goes across Bourne's Close, and then the trail continues on across the highway. Is that correct, Ron?
Yeah, comes out on the other side.
So there has to be access from phase 2 to there.
Cross,
No, sorry. Can I-
go ahead. yeah.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Phase 2 is on the other side of Bypass Road towards Middle Cove Road, Councillor Pallard, not towards the Jackburn Arena.
It's in a different location.
Different location altogether. And there's already an access under the Bypass Road towards Phase 2.
Well, it's on the master plan then, Brian, from, you look at Bourne's Close across the highway, where the dot's going across.
Yeah, so that's the purple box that you see there, if you're looking at the same map I'm looking at, that's Jackburn Arena.
I don't look at any purple box. I don't see anything going to Jackburn Arena. Can I take 2 seconds, Brian? Can you just please look at, see if we're looking at the same document here?
Yeah.
For anybody's wondering, it's page 85 on the Recreation Master Plan on the Torbay Town's website.
Page 85.
Page 85 of 148, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Tony,
Yep.
you good? Anyone else?
Unfortunately, but yes.
Yep,
So,
I'd
can
like
you
to-
clarify what it was you were looking at and what it was now that you understand? Please? Can you clarify what it was you thought it was? and
I was
what it
looking
is?
at, I was looking at the wrong place actually, so the trail does go around and joins up, goes down more to, I was up north of it, let's put it that way.
Okay, so it shows an access coming across the road from Jackburn Arena
Yeah.
to that, and then it walks into that middle.
It goes down to, how do I know it wasn't there? Not enough detail in the map to
True.
say what it is. The trail should have a street identified mapping system associated with it as well, so we can actually know where we're going with these things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a conceptual document that shows approximate areas of trails, and everything. Anyway, it's
It's high level.
absolutely ludicrous, the information we
Yeah.
have to look at. That's all I can say.
It's
Sorry.
high level. All right.
All right,
Deputy Mayor?
we got a motion.
So I'm gonna set my clock so I got myself straight here. Guys, I gotta tell you, to me tonight, this is ludicrous, and I have no other word for it than that. We are talking about a trail system that Tony only has access to over there that I have not seen. Councillor Thorne-Goss is saying that this has been ongoing 8 or 9 months, and tonight is the very first time that she's seen the recreational master plan. I have sat in on the committee meeting when this was discussed before the motion that we rescinded this evening happened, and we were advised at that point by the director that there was no trail in there, and this was not part of a Torbay master plan. So I'm sitting here tonight, I've cited in every one that I voted against here, every motion, that I do not have the information that I need to take these decisions this evening. Even after the CAO has said the contractor and the developer have worked together, that the contractor did not want, or the contractor and residents decided not to have a motion, or not to have a fence, we still had a motion around putting a fence, taking public money, we discussed taking public money, that was put forward tonight, to take that and put a privacy fence in for somebody. And the CAO has clearly stated over and over again tonight that this matter did not have sufficient information behind it. Yet we belligerently continue to proceed forward with motions that we are amending on the floor.
Excuse me,
as we're
I take
going.
offense to that.
I'm
There's
still
nothing
speaking.
belligerent about me
I'm
putting forward
still speaking,
emotions.
Councillor
No,
Lyons.
I'm
You
just saying it's an
have
insult.
every right
Belligerent.
to
I wouldn't
speak
be
when your
belligerent
turn
with motions.
comes.
Order. I don't think
The
you should
word-
be calling another councillor belligerent.
I didn't call anyone belligerent. I said it was a
but-
belligerent motion. And
Yeah, I
and
don't want to
belligerent
put forward
meaning,
emotions. I
if
want an
I
apology.
can speak,
I want an
Councillor,
apology before you
Order,
proceed.
please.
I would like to continue to speak,
No,
please.
by making a point of order, I want
He's
an
making a
apology
point
from
of
her
order.
for
He
that.
feels that you insulted him.
I
by
did
saying
not
his-
insult him. I said
his
belligerently
motion.
the council has. If you'd like to go
Okay,
back
you
and
said a
look.
belligerent motion.
It's belligerent in that we are continuing to move forward with amending these motions tonight in a way when our top staff person has said, we don't have the information.
just-
When a member of the committee
I
has
want-
said
I
it's
want-
the
I
first
want a
time they've
ruling-
seen.
I want a ruling on
Mayor,
that.
There's a
please
point-
chair the meeting.
There's a point of order,
Okay.
and I'm trying to address that. You did not call
I did not
Councillor
call
Glenn
Councillor Glenn
belligerent.
Brit- no, I
thank
did
you.
not.
She was talking about.
I would not
council
do
in
that.
general.
Well, then
Just
it's
a second.
easiest to clarify that then.
Wait, she clarified that in general, she said council was belligerently moving forward with these motions, right?
Yes.
Thank you. All right.
She
carry on.
insulted all of us.
Carry on.
Even
Well,
better.
you know,
Gets
no
better as it
offense
goes on.
to council, but when you are in the face of not having enough information, council members here saying the first time I've seen this is while we're sitting here, our top staff is saying to us, we don't have access to all the information that we need here. I'm asking, how much are these buffers that we're talking about? What, can you quantify that? What does that look like? Can you tell me
We didn't
what
know
we're
what
doing here? We don't have the information to take these decisions. And at the end of the day, the people who we're here to serve and work for are not being listened to. So I'm going to say I've never been more embarrassed in my life than what I am this evening, watching how this is unfolded and the fact that committee is telling us tonight that they don't have enough information and haven't had enough information to take it forward, and that the CAO is telling us that the recommendation as of Thursday was not to bring it forward because there wasn't enough information. And I have to ask the question, I know for a fact that the residents have been asking since April for a resolution here. I know that those residents had to go and get file an appeal on this, and I know that the contractor who's been trying to work with the residents and respect the people in the community where they're building as a good community citizen and partner, they have been a part of creating this solution tonight. And all that is jeopardized by what's happened here. So I'm really concerned about where this has gone this evening, and I'm concerned about how all this came to be and how those motions were taken when the right information was not presented or available to us to make a decision. And that's where I sit. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
So I just want to speak to that very briefly. The town of Torbay made a decision months ago, we all voted on it, to move forward in this way, right? And to say that we, you know, this motion, this wasn't in our package. I wasn't involved in any of this stuff. This is what came out of the blue. Talk about not having enough information. We certainly had enough information to rescind that agreement that we had in place. We had enough information to seek approval to sell the land before we even found out how much it was going to be for. Right? If we came back, it would have been $10. We would have still sold it. So it's kind of rich to say about the lack of information. But this was coming up out of nowhere. I don't know. Again, I don't know how it went from, hey, we made this decision, to, hey, people outside of, I don't know, that this is kind of being undermined. And anyway, I'm just going to let all that go. But
Councillor Glenn, are you saying committee is undermining
Deputy Mayor.
somehow?
no, it's somehow we went from making a decision to out of the blue. This wasn't in the package. This just showed up. If people say they didn't have
These
enough
are
information,
recommendations
if they-
made by the
if-
planning
if-
committee.
Sure.
Deputy Mayor,
Sorry.
please.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
floor.
I'll let you speak. I appreciate the same
Yeah,
thing.
but you just said
Deputy
that
Mayor.
someone is undermining, and these are
Deputy
motions
Mayor.
presented by the committee.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, he's
he's-
accusing the committee of being undermined, is
No, he
not?
isn't. He's saying that this wasn't in our regular package, that it was added tonight, which is not unusual. We do add things that, in the package when it comes forward. You know, it's not something that has never happened before.
Yeah.
And there was motions in the original package. Anyway, I just want to be clear on that.
Sure, but the great thing about this is, you know, didn't have the information to make this recommendation. Well, the information's in the, I just checked the plan, right? If you check the plan, you can see that the intention of the plan is to put a, parking trail there. It's goes with this, and sorry, I hate for when politicians kind of double down, but this is not about, winning or losing of a motion or anything like that, right? The public, when we did, and this is before lots of people who were on council's time, it was how much blood, sweat, and tears did we go through to get the open space management strategy and the master recreation plan? How many consultations did we do? How many residents did we listen to? That's thousands of residents that we consulted over the past multiple years. They're the ones that told us to make these plans. And if you're going to make any decisions, use this as your guide. Don't, use this as your guide to figure out what we should do. And we're just trying to make sure that we have all we're trying to do here, right, is have a park with an access to it so it makes sense, right? And I'm not embarrassed at all. I'm actually quite proud of the what we're debating here today. It's not like, Municipal Awareness Day where we're getting screamed at over, do not have details over speed bumps or something like that, right? This is what coming here fighting for the residents. This is not like a knee-jerk type of thing to prevent the public good from going forward. This is what thousands of residents have told us over the years, and I'm proud to stand up and do that.
Time.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to this? Councilor Rangaz?
I'm hearing everything, and I'm listening to, I guess, what the deputy mayor as comments that she has made. 2 weeks ago, we came in here, and I guess there was a push on to have a motion to rescind the trail around that particular subdivision down to that meadow. And at that time, we were saying no, that we didn't have enough information because of the impact of doing that, and we needed to move forward on that. And even back then, I guess the fact that we have the recreation master plan changes, it does change things for me, because I probably would not have gone to the point where I'm to. I look at this and say, yes, a resident put in the appeal. The best thing that we could have done, sitting here now, is that appeal should have ran its course. Because now we're finding ourselves, we accommodated the resident who didn't want the trail, but then all of a sudden, and what I've been hearing, and when I hear the deputy mayor make comment, we're pushing this through, is that it was all for a developer who would basically lose 2 building lots, and because one was tied with the other, and that was the whole intent of the resident, I think, withdrawing the appeal. So now we find ourselves here trying to make this work at our last meeting of council, where all of these are basically guiding things to help resolve an issue that came to our attention 2 weeks ago when an appeal was withdrawn. And I take offense to the point about listening to residents, because if there's one thing that I do, Deputy Mayor, I listen to the residents, but I listen to the residents as a whole. And when I make a decision, I got to look at the impact of any decision that I make, how it impacts the future of our town. And the fact that I know now that there's a recreation, and I apologize for this. I asked a question, and I was told that there was, and I think a number of us at any time, and no, I didn't take it up on myself to go in and look at it. And I guess when you look at me and say, well, I should have known, there's a lot of things that we should know. But I feel firmly that moving ahead with this, it's guiding, and at any point in time, a new councillor can come in and, like any of these motions, can come in and change it. But based on what we know, and that motion that we've got, it's a guiding one that we're looking at, because we don't know what we're looking at. It's the meadow, or in combination with cash, to ensure the 10% open space requirement is provided at fair market value. So a lot of the logistics of this is going to have to be worked out in the coming weeks or 2 weeks or what have you. But at least it's not going to be held up for another 2 or 3 months.
Time up.
And I look at this and we're doing the best that we can with the information that we have here
All right.
tonight.
Thank you.
Just further to that, Your Worship, and I was involved with some of the conversations, and I look at it now, and yes, there is some information that we definitely should have had. The whole discussion around where we are is for the very reason of us going out and listening to residents. The trail behind the properties have been rescinded. Regardless of what motion was put forward on the easement side of things, the easement had to stay. So any council at any point in time could do whatever they want with that. So whatever we did or don't do on that is immaterial. It's going to be another council decision anyway, and it always will be and always would have been. So from where I'm sitting looking at it, I said, we actually went against the master plan now by rescinding that motion to put the trail in behind, because we did listen to the residents. There's no trail planned at the present time to go on side of that, on side of the house with, and we don't know what the structure would look like anyway at the end of the day. So I think that is probably the best trade-off that we as this council at the very last minute could possibly make. And, I know looked at by some as saying, yeah, well, that's not quite what we all had discussed and agreed upon or whatever in general terms, but if we look at it, the power of council is to do exactly what we did at this point in time. And at any point in time, another council can step in and change that. But that easement side of things is our property, and there's no other way around that side of things, so that's all I can say on that side.
Anyone else? Councillor Rowe?
I'd just like to add to the night. I think it was really great in one way, because I found out a lot more by just watching us all trying to make the best of things that we should have got done probably in a room last week as a community, as a council as a whole, right? But we're all human. And you learn, and I'm on my way out, but I'm still learning as I'm going, that we're all still for the one thing, for our residents. And each one of you have proven how passionate you are about the residents and the town, which is made up of all of our residents. And so, I think I got to be proud of y'all, even though I might smirk every now and again or something like that, because it's too funny to get into or something, or I might say the wrong thing if I told you what I was thinking at the time. So I just wanted to say that for my last. I suppose I don't come here next week, do I, or do I? I don't know.
The week after.
The week after, so okay. So I really do, appreciate everything coming out, because it shows your compassion. It shows your, how possessive you are over helping one another out and trying to get things right. And it'll all come, And it just needs to have a talk to in the right directions to whomever is in charge of this, whomever is in charge of that, and can we do things this way? But you all have to be, and then, and you're doing right, but I know sometimes we can flippantly say something to someone and you don't really mean what you said or the way it came out. So this is what it's all about. You get over all of that. And you go on with it, and you go out for a coffee, or you go out and whatever you want to do. You comes back again, and you're still part of the family. You're still my beautiful family, for my council family, and that's the way it should be. No family at the dinner table is really good, So you got to throw pie sometimes. So that's part of me, and I know it's not what you wanted to hear or something like that, but I talk from the heart, because I know how hard it is to hold your tongue when you want to say something and you won't let me say it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so I guess back to me, then back to chair.
Start our meeting.
So I was just going to say this is regarding this whole discussion we've having about these four motions.
But we got that motion on the floor now.
This is what I'm talking to,
I'm sorry.
number 4. So, you know what, I see what we've done here tonight. We recognize the mistake that we made in the beginning with this thing, and we rescinded it. After going and speaking with the residents and listening to what they had to say and the developer. I purposely do not insert myself into the committee work, because to me, it's your guys' job as the committee to do all the heavy lifting on these things, and I thank you for doing it. It's a lot of work, and the more fingers that get in it, the more convoluted it gets. So I thank you for doing that. What I see we did here is that we rescinded that first decision. We decided to sell those 2 little slivers of land for fair market value. That, to Councillor Glant's point, that's the purpose of them, to sell for open space, green space, whatever, to benefit the town. They're no good to anybody else except that person that owns the land behind there. So, I mean, that's clear. It doesn't matter if how much or whatever we get for them. The fact that we're going to get that meadow, whether it's accessible, how we get there, or it's still an open space of 2.6 acres that we're getting for about, I guess, a third of an acre or something, which is also in that. So we're getting that additional piece of land. And in nowhere in here have we made a decision as a council that we're doing anything with regard to putting the trail anywhere. All we did was make sure that we didn't make a mistake and get an appraisal on our easement that we own, that we cannot get rid of, that we have to keep forever for whatever reason. If there's drainage issues in that area, we need to have that easement so we can go in there and work. So other than that, we haven't done anything here. This is it. We've looked for assessment on how much that land is worth and try and come to an accommodation, listening to the residents down there in that area. I know I didn't agree to build any trails here tonight. Not in this particular area, but I'm more than willing to build them in all other areas of the town. So with that said, I don't have any more to say about it. I think that this is what happens when you choose to do all your business in the public. Sometimes you have a messy discussion, but at least you get everything out that you want to hear, and that's to the benefit of the residents. We don't always have to agree, but I'm thankful that for the most part our discussion here tonight was respectful, and everybody had an opportunity to get their message across, which is what's important. So with that, I'll hand it back to the chair to close debate.
Thank you. I don't have any other major comments to make either. I don't think that this evening we had said by what we're doing with the easement and whatnot that we're committing to building any fences or going across people's property. So I wanted to clarify that in case there's any misinformation presented. And Mayor, you summed it up well, and I do appreciate your confidence in committee. I know this is our last regular business meeting. I know we have had our challenges, and we did appreciate your confidence, although we had some other people be involved all the time, though we appreciate your confidence in us. And other than that, if I could ask the Deputy Clerk to just read the final motion before we vote to it, that would be concluded for me.
Oh, my God.
And that's just for consistency, to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Resolved that as part of the amended subdivision agreement, to reflect motions 2 and 3, and provided that ministerial approval is granted, that Bourne's Holdings Limited provide the town of Torbay with land, commonly known as the Meadow, and or in combination with cash, to ensure that the 10% open space requirement is provided at fair market value.
Thank you.
Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, at my own peril, I just really want just legit clarification.
What?
So we're saying here, we're getting, it says here, commonly known as the Meadow and or in combination with cash.
Right, so we're getting the meadow. Right, definitely.
So I just want to say, I'm just saying and or, so it's just, we're Meadow, right? 100%.
Do we know what that land space is, actual how much the hectare is, where it is played out on a map?
2.9 acres, I think.
Has that been provided to us in a diagram?
It was in the original.
Agreement.
Thing.
Right.
The intent is, Councillor Gallant, that it's the Meadow, and then if that's not 10%, the balance will be provided in cash. It's not to say take all cash and no Meadow.
Right.
Okay.
That's the
Just leaving our
intent.
options open, we'll work out logistics.
Right, just for everyone just being recorded and stuff like that, so if anything is appealed, again, to be
It's-
clear, the intention of this is to meadow and a combination of cash to
Yes.
ensure that any, just to top it up,
To the
basically.
10%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that's the agreed upon consent, okay,
All right,
confirmed,
Okay.
thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Okay, so that's over with, we can start our
We're
meeting.
gonna start the council meeting now.
So, motions report for the tonight's meeting, September 20th. This comes from September 14th. There's nothing overly contentious in there, so we should go through whatever
Post
it is.
office one is there, isn't it?
Pardon?
The one there for the post office, I can't get my screen.
It is.
Okay.
That's the first one.
All right, okay, just hang on for a second. I'm going to propose that we take a quick 10-minute recess for whatever, just stretch your legs. Make it up.
I'll second that.
We've been here for 3 hours now, and you know, it's been already a lengthy meeting, and I'm sure that some people here might want to go take a bio break. I heard that was on a meeting the other day I was on. So. But anyway, so we'll do that. We'll take 10 minutes now. Do we have to
Mayor,
adjourn for that? Or
I
can
have to ask a question. I have children at home.
Yeah.
So are we taking a break and making it later before I get home to look after my kids? Is that what we're doing? Because I'm going to have to leave and go and put my children to bed. Like, this has been an exorbitant discussion this evening.
Right.
And I certainly don't want to leave the chamber, but I'm a parent. And if we're taking an additional 10 minutes and we're going to start the meeting tonight at 9:40, then by the time we do the business here, it's going to push them way too late for my kids to go to bed tonight.
I think-
So that's what we're doing. We're taking a meeting break for 10 minutes,
Yeah.
which is 10 more minutes that I'm going to be later before I get back to my family. Thank you.
All of them, and it's the same for everybody here. I'm sure staff has kids, and we all have things that we need to be doing. It's not punitive towards any one person. It's just taking a 10-minute break to stretch our legs.
Yeah, same thing we
Anyway,
did.
so do we need a motion for that, Don?
Are we going to recess or adjourn?
Yeah,
Recess.
we'll-
I'll put forward a motion for a 5 to 10 minute recess.
10-minute?
10-minute recess. As we've been here for over 3 hours, I think it's not a
Okay.
extenuating.
Seconder, please.
So move, or second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm leaving to go and look after my kids.
Okay. Okay, I will call our meeting back to order for September 20th, 2021. It's still September 20th, right? Okay, and I'll ask the committee chairs when they're bringing forward their reports now. We'll just stick with the motions, and if anybody has any really pressing questions on the reports, feel free to ask them, but, you know, let's try and get through the rest of our business quickly, and
C 2021-100, 858 Torbay Road, Commercial Main Street Land Use Zone, renovation for combined shop, office, warehouse use, Canada Post. So this is concerning the move of Canada Post in Torbay to Outer Torbay, 858 Torbay Road. Motion as presented is motion to conditionally approve application C 2021-100 in accordance with the Torbay Development Regulations 2015 to 2020-25 and standard requirements for commercial occupancies in the town of Torbay. So moved.
Second.
moved and seconded. Comments?
I really think that it's important because this is to do with the post office relocation. And I know that this is probably the first time that the chair hasn't read out the background and the recommendation. But I really think that the recommendation is something that should come out because there's been a number of residents that have been questioning this and what's happening. So I don't know, Councillor Martin, you want to read
I've
it
got
out?
no
Because
problem
I
doing
think
that.
that,
Would you
I
like
think
the
that it's a
background
big
as well?
part of this, Mayor.
Okay, all right, go ahead. No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Would you like the background as well, or just a recommendation?
No, the recommendation is basically the same. but
Okay, so the recommendation is the committee reviewed the report and the new parking lot layout presented. The director advised that the town's access, off-street parking and loading requirements for all uses on site permit 62 to 65 parking stalls as per town calculations, and off-street loading area required. 78 stalls plus loading area provided. In addition, the committee acknowledged that the proposed uses are permitted or previously existing at the subject property. Therefore, all town requirements are met and the file could be considered for approval. The committee is moving forward this application with recommendation for conditional approval and issuance of an approval in principle letter. Therefore, that below motion is tabled. Would you like me to read the motion again?
No, that's fine. You already read it.
So we thought this was going to be a discretionary use, but the director, upon further investigation, noted that it's not. So the way that the renovations are gone in, it's just a conditional approval under the 2015 to 2025 regulations and standard requirements for commercial occupancies. There's no special attention outside of that
Okay.
is applicable.
So we asked that to come forward in the fact that there were a number of people questioning it, and we also thought that where the recycling place is located there in those businesses, that it's going to be very narrow for traffic, especially going both ways. But it's not discretionary, so I can't emphasize enough that we had to go looking for this application and to find out that it's not discretionary. So basically, we have, as a council, really no control over it. And I guess the renovations have already started out there, and we've got a good, I guess, layout for the parking and, for the traffic going back and forth. But that still don't, I guess, eliminate the concerns that many of our residents have about the actual location.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunately, it's concerns that have to be directed to Canada Post directly now by residents that's outside of our parish scope.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. I'm just going to, before we go on, I'm just going to admit the deputy mayor there by telephone. Did she say which phone, Don?
No.
Okay. Oops. Do you have her home number?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. It's her cell. Do I have dial 9 on this, Get out?
No.
No. Oh, God. Oops.
Okay, your worship, still the 20th, don't worry.
I know. Hang on.
We'll get another hour and a half for 21st, though, that's good.
277
You got to do it fast, remember?
0. Hey.
Hey, thank you.
All right, I got you here. When I want to call on you, I'll let you know, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself,
All right.
and we'll take it from there like we normally would.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, Frank.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, item number 2, application C 2021-083 and MV 2021-004. 9, motion view close. It's a residential large lot, land use zone, 10% variance, decrease the minimum required frontage. Background and recommendation details are enclosed. We did have a stipulation in there. The developer would be, and property owner would be made aware of the existing shale rock issue in the area, so they're not blindsided. Motion as presented is to conditionally approve application C 2021-083 and MV 2021-004 in keeping with the regulations 11, 12, and 33 of the Torbay Development Regulations 2015 to 2025, as per conditions outlined in the Department Background Report, as well as the developer and future property owner are made aware of concerns about shale rock in the area and releasing the town from any liability in the matter. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Comments or questions? Deputy Mayor?
I'm just trying to find my place here, Mayor, with the package. I'll just do a second.
Page 47 of 118 and a PDF.
We're in the motions report for the planning committee, and it's item number 2.
I gotcha. I just sent this.
All right. Any questions?
Okay. I'm good.
Okay. All in favor?
So it's-
Oh,
Aye.
hang on, wait, Councillor Glenn?
Yeah, I don't want to beleaguer or anything, just, we have that in writing for the,
It's in the motion, so. it's in
so
writing.
no, I just want to make sure this has been, future property owners have been made aware of concerns of shale rock in the area and releasing the town from liability in the matter. That's, they've signed off that.
It's in the motion, it's
It's in the
one of the
motion, it's part of
conditions.
the motion.
So it'll be signed
It was
off.
an action item from our last planning meeting as well for the director to carry out. And unfortunately, she's not here tonight, so I'm not sure if you
I'll
can verify
ensure
that or not.
that's done.
No, I'm just wondering, is it that this has already been signed off, or is this contingent upon them signing off already?
Well, it's part of the conditions, so,
There's been no permit
Yeah,
issued to date.
no permit issued.
That's why the motion has come forth to council.
Okay, sure.
okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. You opposed? Okay.
Thank you. The next one is application BR 2021-010, 101 Patrick's Path, residential medium density R&D land use zone, discretionary use. Home office in connection with online US automotive sales. So this is a at-home business, e-commerce. There's not going to be any repairs on vehicles or reconditioning, so on and so forth on site. Motion as presented is motion to conditionally approve application BR 2021-010 in accordance with regulations 33 and 90 of the Torbay Development Regulations 2015 to 2025. And to issue a conditional approval for a home office in connection with a used automotive online sales business at 101 Patrick's Path, subject to conditions outlined in attached background report, standard conditions for home office use in the town of Torbay, and that there shall be no on-site repairs of vehicles associated with the business. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? It's pretty straightforward. Deputy Mayor?
I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
The next one is a land acquisition at 1 William Manning Drive, public right-of-way. Motion is presented as motion for the town to make an offer on a 607.8 meter square piece of privately owned land at 1 William Manning Drive as per appraisal amount, and once staff and property owner reach a tentative agreement matter and agreed upon amount will come forward to a public council meeting for ratification in keeping with allocated budget amounts. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions?
Mayor, I've got a question.
Go ahead.
So we're saying here that we're going to make an offer on 607.8 square meters of privately owned land. We don't have an amount of money here for that? Am I missing something here?
There's a land acquisition budget line approved in the 2021 budget. We need to complete the appraisal, and the offer will be negotiated based within budget.
Forgive me, Don, if I've missed something in my email, but is there anywhere where we have had the information shared with also about that offer would be, or what the value of that land would be for the appraisal?
Not yet,
And I may have missed it.
not yet, no. We'll move forward with the appraisal. And the discussion I had with the director, because you can't negotiate in public, that's why the motion is written the way it is, but it would come back in a privileged session to council, and before the agreement of purchase and sale, it would be subject to the appraisal and ratification by council by motion in the public chamber.
So just, if I could just be sure I'm clear, we're in receipt of an appraisal, and I don't know how much the appraisal is, and we've got a motion here to make an offer on that piece of land without knowing how much that is going to be. Is that what we're doing?
We have to complete the appraisal.
We had to complete it, it's not done yet.
It's a standard process.
We can't negotiate in public, we don't have the appraisal completed yet. So we wanted
Right.
to, so we wanted to have, I guess that what the discuss was with the director was that we'd have the appraisal completed. If it was within the budget that was approved in 2021, we would negotiate with the landowner and then bring it back, but it would be subject to ratification by a motion of council. So if the appraisal came in above what's allocated in the budget, we would not move any further with the acquisition, but we would negotiate as long as we were in budget allocation that was approved by council. But it still has to come forth for public. And it says will come forward to a public council meeting for ratification in keeping with allocated budget's amount. So it will come forth once we've done the appraisal and had the negotiation.
Deputy Mayor, I think what the CEO is saying is that this motion is giving permission to staff to get the land appraised and negotiate with the landowner on the purchase. And before any offer is made, it'll come back to council first for approval.
So Mayor, where I'm struggling with this is it says here in the background that the town is in receipt of an appraisal for this piece of property, which is where I'm confused. And then my understanding is that the motion for the town is to make an offer on that based on the appraisal that we have here, as per appraisal amount, which it says right here, so there is an appraisal amount here that we're referencing.
Right.
But I don't know what that is or what the offer is that we will be looking at. So I'm really going to struggle to be able to vote in favor of it because I don't know if the appraisal is complete or if what that amount is going to be. I do hear you with CAO that you're saying you have to ratify this after, but I do have concerns about making an offer on a piece of land when I don't have the information on what the appraisal is or what the offer is going to be.
Well, we're not making an offer on it. We're not making an offer. We're allowing staff to have the ability to negotiate a price and then bring it back to council for a decision. So we're not
So the motion
committed
reads
to
though
it.
for the town to make an offer on a 6.07.8 square meter piece of privately owned property as per the appraisal amount.
Right.
And again, I'm saying I've not been aware of the appraisal amount. I think I just heard CAO say that the appraisal we don't have yet, although the background says we do. So I'm just not clear, and I'm asking for clarification because I need to have that information before I'm going to vote in favor of it.
So, Deputy Mayor, how could you propose that we could proceed to negotiate with the landowner without having direction from council? We're not going to sign off on anything without bringing it back to the public chamber. We can't negotiate in the public chamber. So I'm looking for direction from council.
And I'm just curious, is it something that we could have discussed with committee of fortune to the public? Because what I'm saying is, I'm not against having this conversation or staff negotiating an offer if need be. What I am trying to understand though is as the motion reads, it says for us to make an offer based on an appraisal amount that I don't know what that is. And that doesn't have to be discussed in the public chamber right now, but it's something that I should know before I take this decision.
If the,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just
go ahead.
just a point of order.
Councilor Glant, go ahead.
Sorry. And I just want to keep things moving. I know we've debated about lots and lots of stuff today, including selling green space before we had an appraisal done earlier, but I digress. But if a councillor doesn't have enough information to make a decision, they can vote no. But I do think that we need to keep things moving at this point without Without every, one councillor doesn't have enough information, this state has enough information, and they can make a decision based on that, and then, whatever. But we do need to keep things moving.
Okay, all right.
Sorry,
Councillor Pollard?
I have to side with Deputy Mayor on this one in terms of the amount. And not that I mind going ahead and doing negotiation if it comes into fair market value. I certainly like to know what fair market value is. And forgive me, I don't remember being allocated in budgets. Where was it allocated in budget in terms of that particular piece of property being purchased?
It's not identified as 1 William Manning Drive. It's allocated as land acquisition.
Yeah, so,
Spray lane.
but,
We talked about it from Spray Lane. We got an acquisition that was taking place down there, remember, expropriation?
yes,
And we were looking at what was in the budget, because that still hasn't come forward. So they were looking at,
right, but
the
so,
director was looking at the money that was in that budget.
yeah, okay, but to say that it's to, greater than the budget amount, there's
No.
no specific amount budgeted for this particular purchase to say, other than we got a group of, a number of dollars saying this is what we're gonna spend. So if we haven't got Spray Lane done and we get this one done, this one takes up 70% of that budget, and we find we can't do Spray Lane because Spray Lane is no longer, it needs 50% of that budget. We're 120% of budget. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be much more comfortable if we knew what that price was. But you're saying it's coming back to council
Yes.
once you get the
It would-
appraisal?
it would
But this is not what
have-
it's saying here.
it
This
would have-
is saying here, you're gonna go out and you're gonna find out what the appraisal is, and you're gonna go to the purchaser and say, listen, this is what we're gonna buy from you for. Then it's gonna come back to council and say, yea or nay to it. So if council says nay to it, what happens?
There will be in the draft agreement of purchase and sale to say that it would be subject to council ratification. So if council turns it down, then it's null and void.
Okay. I mean, for me, if the appraisal is $10 or 10,000, it really doesn't matter. We're gonna go and we're gonna negotiate whatever it is based on the value that we get from the appraisal. If it's too high and that's outside of our budget, then we won't do it. That's
We
my
got to have the
understanding.
road.
But we gotta go
gotta
and get the
pave.
price and figure it out. I understand that, so I think I'm okay with it as it is.
Yeah.
I know that there's not gonna be any purchase made without approval of council, so.
Yes.
All right. Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I can't vote in favor of this. I don't have enough information there, sorry.
Okay,
I'm country-minded.
thank you. Back to chair.
Thank you.
Permit listings.
Pardon?
Permit listing.
No, no. Permit listings are form a part of this motion for the period of August 19th to September 15th. And motion tabled is motion to accept permit listings for the period of August 19th to September 15th as presented. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Thank you, and that ends
Carried.
my motions report.
Thank you.
I won't go deep into the minutes. They are enclosed. They're from our September 14th meeting, and most items on the table were discussed, and we went over the municipal enforcement report and said our thank yous as it was our last committee meeting. So, Councillor Thorin Goss, it was a pleasure working with you on those 3 meetings, as well as Director Shorts, and before that, Director Winter. And I know we had some quite lengthy meetings, but we always got down through the weeds of it. So thank you, it was great.
Yes, and thank you. It's
Working with
been
you.
really a pleasure
Yeah,
working with
you're a
you.
good leader,
A lot of
for
lessons
sure.
learned, and
Yes,
anyway, and we've had lengthy, long agendas for sure.
yes. Thank you.
All right.
Contentious ones.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yeah.
before we move off this committee, if I could just for a second, I'd like to reference the municipal enforcement by monthly report.
Sure.
These reports have been very informative, and I've had a resident ask me about the value of the municipal enforcement officers. I'm just wondering if Chair of the Committee or Councillor Conrad could speak to the municipal enforcement work that has been done by the commissioners. Because I think there is some confusion about that in the public, and I just want to ask if they could speak about, the work that's being done by the municipal enforcement officers.
I can briefly address it. So,
Go ahead.
municipal enforcement officers are fulfilled by the Commissioner Corps. They're a joint service between Portrush Cove, St. Phillips and the town of Torbay. And there is 4-hour breaks in between shifts, but the town's main line has a 24-hour answering service. So if there's issues that come in, it can be dispatched to them, and they also help with securing premises, gates, and they respond to smaller concerns that the police sometimes can't attend to, such as a noise or nuisance complaint, and they also help with parking enforcement and snow removal operations, and they assist throughout the town when needed, and they assist staff when needed if they have to visit a property and require their services. That's some. Councillor Thorngoss, do you have anything you wish to
No,
add?
I'm just wondering, I'm going to ask the question now, because when I asked the last, Don, what is the hours of work for the commissioners now?
7:30 to, I know they're back on the school shift now, so I'd have to reconfirm that for you.
And also on
What
school
time do they
opening.
finish up at night?
It's 12, it's earlier in the night, then it's not like summer hours, so I know that information has been in the public chamber prior, but I'll go back and.
I just, because obviously I got the same probably question that maybe Deputy Mayor got, and with their hours, because I know in the evening, and we've brought this forward before while you were off,
Yeah.
and I guess it's a good time just to mention it right now, but they used to come on at 7:30, and then they have a break from, say, 3 o'clock until 6 o'clock or whatever. That's when they're probably needed in the community, and they were staying on really late, and we had talked about
About
not
making it
having that
seamless,
break.
correct.
So can you check on that, because I think the director was concerned about, like, who they actually reported to, so.
And also on school opening days, we have extra patrols and things like that to monitor pedestrian safety, and anywhere else that they can assist, they accommodate us.
They did advise when school was opening that they were moving back to the school schedule, so I'll have that reconfirmed and sent out to all council.
All right, thank you. All right, admin and finance, Councillor Pollard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just straight to the motions. We have 11 invoices. Receiver General Payroll Remittance, September 1st to the 15th, in the amount of $26,221.91. Stuart McKelvey for Kennedy Brook Phase 1 amendments, $5,060. That's recoverable. Stuart McKelvey from Mayflower Drive and some HR issues in the amount of $6,316.02. H&M Paving Limited for road maintenance, which is under the contract for the pothole repairs on that, $30,837.25. Lynn Morrissey for leadership training, which was a course that once CEO came back, everybody, all the directors and that went down for a day or so. The amount of $6,382.50. Grand Concourse, last installment, excuse me, of the beautification and maintenance in the amount of $23,478.97. Trail maintenance in the amount of $7,130.24 for Grand Concourse. Tough Coat Sealer and Line Painting, which is part of the tender for line painting, the amount of $16,243.75. Commissioners for enforcement, July 25th to August 7th, in the amount of $5,152, and the 8th of August to the 21st of August in the same amount, $5,152. Newfoundland Power, August 27th, in the amount of $19,685.01, all totaling $151,839.65. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
5 capital invoices, Progressive Engineering, relating to some of the streets tenders in the amount of $8,791.75. Progressive Engineering, also another one of their street projects in the amount of $8,510. Mercer's Paving, for the repairs to some of the streets you went to tender with, amount of $28,713.23. Reclaim Design Studio, there's two payments, one for August and one for September, in the amount of $8,050 each, and they all total $62,114.98. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.
And one came in after we met in the committee, and that was Wood and Environment for one of their payments for the water system upgrades, you know, $15,598.31. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. 14,000.
Sorry, what did I say?
15.
Sorry, 14.
All right, no worries. It's only 1,000. It's only numbers.
I must be looking at it.
Anyway, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.
The next page, we have some debt financing that we haven't done for a while now. So there were some projects that were approved in the budget, and I have those motions here. Hopefully, bear with me, folks. I printed this off. Okay, so the committee recommends the awarding of debt financing for the 2021 capital projects in Newfoundland and Labrador Credit Union at the following terms. It's important to note that there was an RFP issued, went out to 5 banks, quote, credit unions, and this was the best options that came back for the terms that we were using. Sidewalk tractor loan, the amount of $250,000 amortized over 10 years for a term of 5 years at the interest rate of 2.15%. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Seconded. Questions?
I just want to make a comment. I'm just glad to see that the town is doing some financing with a credit union. I know it's all cooperatives and local people and local jobs and things like that. So, and it's great that they had a better rate than the national bank. So I just wanted to reiterate that that's good term of business.
I guess the other part of it is the interest rates are fairly low now too, which is great, and good in that respect. Excuse me. The next one is for the salt
Can we
storage.
vote on that one first? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Does everybody mind if I read the next ones together so that we would save time on that?
Sure.
reading that
Go ahead.
question?
Can we do it all in one?
It was all in one.
They're different projects, they have different GLs.
Do them all
so-
separately, Tony. We'll just quickly vote on them.
They'll be turned
Oh,
out
I
at
know.
different, they'll be
I'll
turned
go
out
ask
at
what a
different
different GL has
times
to do with,
too.
sorry, Don, but anyway.
Yeah.
Salt storage shed loan, the amount of $400,000 amortized over 15 years for a term of 5 years at the interest rate of 2.15%. So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Carried.
Sidewalk loans, the amount of $695,000 amortized over 15 years for a term of 5 years at the interest rate of 2.15%. So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
The water system zone meters loan, the amount of $425,500 amortized over 15 years for a term of 5 years at the interest rate of 2.15%. So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Stormwater management plan, the amount of $700,000 amortized over 15 years for a term of 5 years with an interest rate of 2.15%. So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Question
Aye.
before we do that,
Question?
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Tony, the cost for the work that was done is around $350. And we had discussion at committee around, should we be taking up $700,000 now? Where did you guys end up on that after?
Went back, there was
Why did we
695,
propose the $700,000?
sorry, 695,000, this is what came in at the end, Trina, once it's all said and done, I think.
It was 695 came in when it was all said and done. I don't know if you heard them or not. Did you hear that?
695 for the work that's been done all in?
That will be done this year, yeah.
That will be done this year, yeah.
So we do have a commitment that the other second phase will be done in the spring, correct?
That all relates to the Skipper's Landing zone area, that if my information was correct from what I looked at.
Yeah.
Brian, can you confirm that for us before we take the vote?
Sorry, what was the question?
We already
Both
voted.
phases will be completed this year. Will both
Can you
phases?
confirm,
I'm not sure if both phases will be done, but the design work, and it will be ready for the spring for sure.
Yeah, okay. So the design work will be ready for the spring.
so that's $700,000, I just want to be clear, make sure I understand. $700,000 that we're saying that we're going to take out is to cover off the first phase and the second phase of the stormwater management plan. And this $700,000 will be committed to, and will ensure that that work is done for the phase 1 and phase 2 by the spring coming. Is that what I understand this is going to be?
I guess so. The second phase will be started in spring.
Second phase will start in the spring.
Yeah.
Right, but that's part of this $700,000, correct? So we're making
Yes.
sure by voting for this $700,000 money will be there for that groundwork to be done come this spring.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it's really important that we continue to do that work. And I was down there today, there's a lot of water running there after the water we had this week, this past couple of days. So I just wanted to be sure that if we're going to approve this, that commitment is there and that it's allocated for that work there in Skipper's Landing to continue because some of these people are 14 years.
I had that
You know,
discussion, I had that
this is
discussion,
right?
sorry, I had that discussion with Director Snellgrove earlier today, actually, in terms of any of these funds that aren't all spent by the end of the year, they had to be reserved, because that's the only way we're going to be able to buy it, if not, it'll be out of operating or some other cash loan. So they will be recorded as deferred revenue and set aside as reserves to actually cover off those expenses.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Next motion is to open a new business checking account with RBC for the purpose of depositing loan proceeds for the ICIP sidewalk installation project. Funds to be drawn down as project costs are incurred. Authorized signatories on the account are to be Mayor Craig Scott or Deputy Mayor Trina Appleby and one of Don or Norm Snellgrove. So moved. Might have to change again next time, but
Am I allowed to second that?
Yeah, it's
Or
only,
signing authority?
yeah. So,
Okay, then I'll second it.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
And last motion to amend the gas tax capital investment plan for the 2021 Torbay Streets paving project, recapping a country drive and the reconstruction of a section of Ready Drive to include a total net cost quoted of $742,762, increase over the original estimated cost of $693,100. So moved.
Mover,
Second.
seconded. Questions?
And that's just the scenario where the gas tax money was allocated to this project when the tender came in. It came in at 742. So we have to put in a revised capital investment plan to utilize that extra gas tax money to go against that project.
Okay, all right, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Carried. You done?
I am, so is my report, Your Worship.
All right, thank you very much. Economic Development and Tourism. Deputy Mayor, do you have any motions?
No, all I was going to do actually was mention that this is a committee update. So if anyone has any questions on anything in here, they are certainly welcome to ask. Otherwise, I will table the update as presented.
Anybody have any questions? I was holding up my hammer. All right, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being concise, Mayor.
I just wanted to let you know because you're not here, right? Okay,
There's also an economic development and tourism committee update from the museum manager there.
all right.
And that's it. No, thank you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
thank you, Councillor Martin. It's been great working with you on the committee.
Yes, thank you, yourself and Deanne, for working together on the committee, and Noah, wish him all the best with his endeavours at the History House.
All right, thank you. Infrastructure and Public Works, Councillor Thorngass.
Okay, we had our meeting on the 15th. History House is all pretty much straightforward. Stormwater Management Plan, Skipper's Landing. I just saw this morning, Brian, where Mr. Tarrant had an email that was there. What's going to happen with that, or where do you see that going?
That was the funds that were approved at last council meeting, what he was referring to, I think. But
What he was saying yesterday, that morning, that,
I think that email is probably better discussed at committee level.
okay, all right, not a problem. Anything else there sidewalks?
You got a motion there?
Yeah, but that's not until after. I didn't go past that yet, did I? No, I'll get down to that. So I'm still not asleep. Sidewalks. Are they progressing where you thought that they should be?
Yeah,
They're, okay.
Yeah, they're moving along pretty good there, yeah.
Okay, gas tax, I got a motion here, you go down over that, money that I guess we were saving there, that the town of Torbay submit a revised capital investment plan for the addition of Crowley Place Road reconstruction as per the estimate provided by Progressive Engineering Limited in the amount of $58,500 plus HST under the 2019-2024 gas tax agreement. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, questions?
I just want to say that I was over there and visited that, and there is like whole sections of the road, the pavement that is missing. So it's in pretty desperate need, and it's only a small street, so I think that's good use of the funds.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Carried.
Is there anything else that anybody got any questions on? Oh, the fall bulk garbage cleanup is going to be this weekend, and this record is gone out in the mail today. And the other thing is that, I don't see it here, but with regards to solid waste recyclable contract, they're changing to a 3-day route beginning the 1st of October. And this is being sent out as well. So the main thing that residents really need to emphasize is the fact that the garbage that's currently picked up on Fridays is going to be moved to Tuesdays and Thursdays. So really the only change in here, it'll be the Fridays residents, their garbage will be picked up on Tuesdays or Thursdays. So that's going to be really important for them everybody to pay attention to that. And there's nothing else. So the bulk garbage, is this weekend coming up in the hours. It's Thursday, September 23rd from 10 a.m. to 6:30. Friday, the 24th from 10 a.m. to 6:30. And Saturday, the 25th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
All right, thank you. I was looking at this.
How long is this going to be down here for the branches and that? Is that going to be
They're
there?
mulching now, so residents are still dropping
Be able to
off
drop it
branches, so
off?
we'll continue for
Okay,
this
because I've had a
week
few
anyway. and
requests
see. Yep.
about that, how long that will be there. So really until it's all gone.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Councillor Thorngoss, just to touch base, there have been a few people who contacted me that they've been not having the garbage picked up, so I'll be in touch with the director. I've got an email here again this evening from the residents, so Brian, I'll send that over to you for follow-up. I don't know how widespread that is, but there's been a number of comments that have been made to me this past week. Also, it's been brought up to me the bulk garbage drop-off, and the question was asked, what happens for seniors or people who don't have trucks to be able to bring things to the bulk garbage drop-off? Is there something that you guys can take away back to committee? And I know it'll be a new term of council now, but maybe if you can add it to your agenda to figure out what options could be available for residents who don't have the ability to.
Well, we've been
bring
doing it, I
things to
think,
the
for
bulk garbage
$25.
drop-off. If there's a way to
Somebody
have
was.
a pickup arrangement in place for some residents who don't have the ability to get big unsightly things in their yard or surrounding parts of the community to the bulk garbage drop-off for cleanup. So I'll leave that with you guys.
Brian is going to
think about it. But
Yeah,
it's something I'd like you to consider.
I think the director is going to address that now, and I think I know exactly what he's
Yeah,
going to say.
I can speak to that. So in the past, we did have a by appointment, and there was, I think it was $25 cost. But with COVID last year, we ended up canceling that. And I guess I'm going to have a discussion with committee and CAO now with some COVID numbers again creeping back up, whether or not we would bring it back in or not. But I will say that there is some good entrepreneurs around town that will pick that up for residents.
So,
Yeah, listen, all I'm asking is that we look at solutions that may be able to help address that issue for some residents. And I think, we have information that we can share of, local businesses that may be able to provide that service, or options that may be available, contact list options that could be available for residents with town staff. I just would ask that you guys take it away, have a look at it, and bring it back for discussion for future bulk garbage space, that's all.
It'll be up to a new council now, so you can keep
I
note of
think,
that, Director.
Deputy Mayor, I think to the Director's point, once we're out of COVID and we go back to normal operations, then we will likely re-implement the $25 pickup that we've been always doing. Because even at the depot now, when people come by to drop off their bulk garbage, our staff is not assisting because of COVID precautions. So I guess it would be the same at the door. All right.
One thing that I just wanted to add in there when Director said about, or Deputy Mayor said about garbage not being picked up, I had received some calls about recycling, and I think that a lot of the residents now have got used to sorting it the way that they suggested. So I think that that's after improvement, because I never had anything the last cycle going through. So that was an education in itself, and I know that the Director is going to be sending out some more information with regards to recycling, and to put a blitz on that is something that we need, but.
Yeah, I agree. And I think our numbers are actually up with recycling now, aren't they?
Yes, and I take that into the fact that the current waste collector is being more diligent on what they're picking up, and that's part of the reason, as Councillor Thorngosh said there then, that that some people were, I guess, a little bit upset that they were separating one way for such a long time, and now all of a sudden they had to change the way they were separating it. But the new contractor won't pick it up unless it's properly separated, as per Robin Bay's requirements.
Right, and that was always our rule, always.
That was always the rule, just that it wasn't communicated that way, I guess, or it wasn't being enforced that way.
Okay.
And you're right, the numbers did come up for last month.
Yeah, and the other thing too I would mention, and this goes to what the Deputy Mayor said and Councillor Thorngoss, is that I receive messages or calls constantly or often about different things, but particularly with roads or with garbage in particular. And basically what I tell them to do, I would ask the resident, send me an email, and then I forward it to staff so that they can deal with it directly instead of putting me in the middle of it. And it that seems to resolve the situation quicker. And I think residents need to realize that to get up to date on our garbage regulations, that you can only have 5 bags of garbage and unlimited recycling. So fill your boots with that. But keep an eye out in the mail for this new revised waste management collection schedule, because guaranteed next Friday, or Friday, October 8th, we're going to be getting calls saying my garbage was not picked up today. So we got to make sure, I know that we're sending this out, and I hope that people take a quick look at it and make sure. So we'll have to make sure that everybody's aware of that.
Yeah.
So when the town shares that on our social media pages, please, members of council or staff, whoever's on Facebook in particular, share it with your friends so that they understand what's going on. All right, anything else?
No,
Good. All
if there
righty.
is, I'm not saying it.
Recreation, Councillor Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recreation and Community Services has a committee update. I'll just represent that as presented in the package.
All right, perfect, thank you, you're so efficient.
Can I just
Have my
ask
moments,
for
right?
one thing, and I don't know if I missed it or not. Is the update to go out on Facebook or social media on the winners for the, it went out?
They were out, you talking about the community garden?
Yeah, it went out, did it? It went out, because I don't remember, because we had some beautiful pictures that were down there that night, and I think that would be really good to share with residents on social media. So if there was a little blurb, I'm sorry to bug you, but if we could
Sorry.
have pictures of it,
I'll-
maybe up. and
I'll
I
forgive you.
Haven't seen yet.
That went out in the Neat newspaper, I think, past the last couple of weeks, and then it's also been on social media, from what I know, and on our website as well. I'll double check tomorrow, make sure it's there, but it was communicated.
Nice pictures.
Yeah, they're nice, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look at that.
It was promoted tonight, actually. The Silver Spades was.
Oh, is that right?
On social media, yeah.
Oh, that's coincidence now.
There you go. See, ask and you
I
receive.
tell you, that was good timing.
Alrighty, liaison committees, quickly. Atlantic Mayor's Congress, October 21st to the 23rd, I think it is, in Charlottetown. So I'm looking at potentially going there, and I think the Economic Development Officer might be going
confirmed,
along
yes,
with me.
yeah,
So that we'll bring that forward at some point, talk about. Intergovernmental Affairs, Provincial, Municipal, I mean, having communication with MHA Wall concerning specifically the yield on Public Road, that the Department of Transportation is not going to do it. I sent that along to staff. I know we got confirmation from the department that they're not going to do it.
Not yet, no.
Not yet, so it's something that probably we'll have to look at, add into our painting, what would you call it? Our painting portfolio.
Painting contract.
Painting
Bond
contract.
painting contract.
Similar to school zone and crosswalks or whatever else we're doing, right? So we'll see where that goes. That'll go back to, I don't know if you bring it back to committee or staff will look after it or whatever. All right, Jack Byrne Regional. Deputy Mayor, any update? We signed the lease agreement, myself and Mayor Hickey and Mayor Vardy the other day. Did Mayor Thorne come in and sign it?
Nope.
Darren, come on in and sign that thing before the week is over. So I'll touch base with him tomorrow and make sure that he stops in. Deputy Mayor, do you have any update?
I do actually. Thank you, Mayor, and I was very pleased to sign that lease agreement as well as the chair, Jack Byrne. The board of directors met on September 9th at the community room. The agenda items were the election of an officer for a secretary, which was put up, known as the new council. We talked about the lease agreement. We talked about the financials and the need for an EGM. We talked about the need for capital investment. We understand that the Zamboni there is going to eventually need to be replaced. So we talked about options around that. We discussed the ice rental rate for the 2021 2022 season. We had a bingo update, a special event schedule, and we discussed maintenance updates. We talked about the community skate, COVID regulations, and we had discussion about masks before they became a mandated thing again. We talked about advertising rates, and we had a quick roundtable. I'll ask Councillor Pollard if he has anything else to add, but that's the highlights of the discussion that we had on the table. Tell me, do you want to add anything?
Certainly. The looks like by the end of the year we'll be turning a small profit, and I use profit loosely because it needs to be rolled back in. The discussions around the Zamboni, myself and Deputy Mayor, it kind of said this choice was you could live by the lease agreement and then come back and ask the towns for their respective share of a $120,000 machine, but we push it back and make sure that it becomes operational rather than, or Jack Byrne expense rather than a town expense, shall we say. And we said goodbye to a number of standing members on it. Patricia's gone, Brian is gone, and Paul is gone. So, we thank them for their service and that. And I guess when the next elections come up, we'll be replacing folks on the board.
All right.
So that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Pollard. Those are great points there. And that's it for us then.
Deputy Mayor, could I ask, or what the protocol is for the arena manager to share the special events calendar with the 4 partner towns, so that, like, for example, we're not, I guess, coordinating or scheduling events in our community on days that conflict with the arena. There's the regional sports and entertainment centers. Events as well too, because we had that recently happen with the artisan market. So we just wanted to support the facility, but it'd be nice to know if they can circulate their list of special events. So from a planning perspective, we're not in conflict or competition.
Absolutely, Donna, and that was discussed at the meeting, and that was one of the things that I brought up, because you'll remember years ago we had the time in Torbay and the Rig Fest was happening at the same time, and there's been a number of times in the past when we've had conflicting events, and that does not work. So we did have a conversation around the table just about that, actually, and we did ask that Lauren reach out to the four towns and have a conversation about how do we communicate better on that front, and maybe if we could have like a quarterly, special event plan that we work together as the four towns and the arena with, so that we can, plan collectively and also, possibly even share and support each other's events and what we're doing. So that certainly was discussed, and I'll ask Lauren to make sure that he follows up with the town to have that conversation with special events, because I do think that is very important. I mean, from an annual operating perspective go forward, or the operating, budget and plan to be approved by the town as per the new lease agreement, that will come forward anyway in an annual view. But I do think that a quarterly discussion or a communication of some sort with the four towns and the arena around events is definitely important. So I'll follow up with Lauren on that tomorrow and see where to from there. The other thing I did want to mention is Northeast Minor Hockey is up and running, and things are going well there, as well as the figure skating and the rentals for the facility. And I just wanted to add, a big thank you to the board members who served through COVID. And thank you, Tony, for bringing that up, because, we went from quarterly meetings, which is what I walked into, to monthly meetings when COVID came on. And we worked really hard to make sure that we managed the risks that were associated with COVID and the facility. So I want to say a special thank you to everybody who worked so hard to help us with that. And that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, Northeast Avalanche Joint Council.
Next meeting is October. We didn't have the one this month for obvious reasons.
Okay. Royal Newfoundland Constabulary, we continue to follow up with them, Don, about trying to get a meeting here in the town. And I will also follow up with them again. I think that I'm having an issue with my email, that we were getting a lot of spam with my email, so I had to specifically put the email addresses that I receive email from with Triware, and I think that some things are getting screened out. When emails get sent out on my behalf from M&L, they never get to where they're supposed to get here at the town, so we got to get that looked into. But because I've missed a couple also from there and see. Torbay Volunteer Fire Department, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Before I get into that report, I just wanted to extend thanks to Councillor Gallant and Director Martin for successful time we've had on the Community Services and Recreation Committee. So I'm getting tired, I had to mention earlier. So I wish you both all the best, and you in your retirement. Okay, we met on September 13th, 2021 by teleconference. There were a total of 13 calls. This was post Hurricane Larry, so there were 2 medical calls, 1 bonfire, 1 request to assist, 3 wires down, 1 pole fire, 1 wire down which caused a fire, 1 tree down, and a call about tarpaulin and wires. So they had a busy night, and we thank them for that. The next meeting I'll be in attendance is on September 27th, and I'll also be in attendance at the upcoming fire prevention parade. So that ends my report.
Great, thank you. There's no UMC update. We had a committee chair check-in last week, but that's just basic housekeeping stuff for M&L. We got no notice of motion, new business. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I've got a few thank yous to hand out. I got a big thank you to all of you. Although we have some very lively and passionate debate, that is what we're here to do. And it has been my pleasure to work with this council over the past 4 years. I also want to thank the council for their support for the Labrador director seat with NL, as well as the vice president of Municipality Newfoundland Labrador. I'd also like to thank the council as well for nominating and supporting me for the seat at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I will be spending a fair bit of time this week with the MNL and FCN commitments that we have here. The week of FCN meetings is happening, so I just wanted to let you guys know that I will be participating in the FCN Anti-Racism and Equity Committee, the Committee of the Whole, the Microphone, the LACPC, the Regional Caucus, the Intergovernmental Arrangement, the International Relations, as well as the chairing the Increasing Women's Participation in Municipal Government meetings. So those will be happening all through the week. We also have our second M&L Board Directors meeting on Zoom, so we are looking forward to working with you on that. And we have a check-in with M&L as well tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy week with that. I just want to say thank you as well to the residents for their support, who have given me the opportunity to serve the past 4 years as Deputy Mayor of Torbay. It has been one of the best things that I've ever done in my life, and I very much appreciate the support that's been shown to me in the past 4 years as well as now. So with that said, I just want to thank my family for their support, and I also want to thank you tonight. I know that it's not always easy to make it work when you're trying to serve your community and do everything else. But tonight I left, my son had a nosebleed and he also needed his heart medication. So when I got home and I messaged the mayor and the CAO and said, I'd really like to continue to participate, I just need to be able to parent and do that as well. I was able to come home, put my kids to bed, and still come back to participate in the meeting, and that's what it's supposed to be about. So thank you very much for reconnecting me. Thank you for a fabulous 4 years. It's not been dull, I promise you that. And I look forward to an opportunity, if I'm given the confidence of people, to have another 4 years of serving the people of Torbay. And that's it for me. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Councillor Martin?
Thank you. I've got a farewell message, but before I do that, I want to give well wishes to all the candidates running federally, Glenn Etchegaray, Dana Metcalf, Mary Shortle and Joanne Thompson. And I also want to thank MP Harris for his work. I know he's retiring now, as well as their support staff, Amanda and Mark and team. They were great to us, great to me anyway, when I ever need to reach out to them. And I also want to take, this is my last meeting. I remember this time, last council, I was sitting in the gallery and Councillor Gallant talked about how fast 4 years go, and I said, he can't be serious. And I'm looking here now tonight reflecting on how fast those 4 years went. So I want to thank the 1,132 people that give me the opportunity to serve Torbay, as well as all the people I've met since and helped. I was able to serve on the Planning Committee, Economic Development, Protective Services, Community Recreation, and I was really honoured to be the liaison for the Fire Department, and I also served as the Environment Advisory Committee and Stewardship Association of Municipalities, liaison. And I want to thank all the staff as well, and everyone on council. I know most of you I've gotten a great working relationship with, and I know in 2017 I believe there were three incumbents and 3 new people. I was one of the new people. I know Councillor Pollard came with municipal experience to the table, but myself and Deputy Mayor came in new, so I know Councillor Thorngass and Roach and Gallant, you were certainly good mentors to me, and as well as yourself, Mayor. I appreciate all of that, and I wish the new council all their success, and all good.
All right, thank you. Councillor Pollard? You only had 5 tanks and 6 congrats and...
Yes, I just said that for impact. First of all, I want to say thanks to all the residents of town for their support over the past 4 years. It's been an honor to serve Torbay, and I'm certainly look forward to hopefully serving again. Special thanks to the gallery who show up, although during COVID we had a break and we're still there tonight for
or at least some of them are Saturday night, but don't close to the midnight hour or hour or so. I want to say thanks to all the volunteers who contribute to the town, you know, especially during festival years. Certainly makes our life a lot easier if volunteers come around. Our job would be a hell of a lot harder than it is. I want to say special thanks to staff for their dedication and effort to keep things moving. It's not always easy. I know I look at the night and everybody's stuck here till wee hours in the morning after working here all day, or late hours in the night after working here all day. I want to say thanks to council for the work done and support shown me again. I think we worked well as a team. I think for the most part it's been pretty cordial with each other, and I certainly enjoy it. I want to give my best to Peggy, and thanks for her long years of service. I mean, you know, for a person to spend as long as Peggy has here, and for the be her last time here, and unfortunately she had to leave early, so we can't, you know, give her the hug or whatever it is she goes up to her. Certainly want to thank her for her time and effort. Jeff, for you, for your counsel and time and contribution, I sincerely thank you for that. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I wish you all the best. You may return to the table at some point in time, but certainly, you know, all the best in the next 4 years anyway, to favor you personally. Justin, thanks to you.
Thank you.
It's been nice to see someone of younger stature, I say, come in and join the ranks. It certainly brings a fresh view of things, and I'm sure you will visit us again in the not too distant future. I want to say good luck to Trina and Mary as incumbents, and I wish them all the best in terms of the election coming up. And I thank them for the work that was done here, the contributions made over the past 4 years. I want to wish good luck to Ralph, Ward, Ron, Ross, and Chris. Just to put your name forward is a big step, and it takes a lot more than people realize to actually, you know, you go get your signs and very much what put out in the media, and who you got to compete with, and who you got to say good things for and bad things for. And, you know, kissing baby is not my strong, not my strong point, but anyway, it is what it is. And I want to say congratulations to Craig for another term of office. It's been a pleasure working with you, and you're going to come back again next time out, so I think that both well for the town as well. So all the best in the next time. And hopefully I'll see you all. If not, I'll see you in the audience every now and then. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. Councillor Sorngas?
Oh my God, I got nothing planned like that. And actually, I was even thinking about jotting down something, but when Councillor Roach left, I just felt that, and we'll have another opportunity in
Next
2 weeks'
meeting,
time, because for me to be able to go through everything without her being here, I feel that I'd be doing an injustice and a slight to Councillor Roach. So I just wanted, when I said thank you earlier, I guess, yes, this past week or 2 weeks, to big thanks to Dawn, because when we, I guess when Julia last week, when we found out that some of the items that we didn't have planned for that came to the forefront, I'll just have to thank Dawn because she jumped in, and even with our discussions and what have you today and Friday, there was a lot above and beyond what she ended up taking. So other than that, I just want to thank everybody for the extra long night being here, right? We made it a memorable night for the 3 councillors that won't be back for sure, so you'll always remember. And I'll just remember exactly what, talk about getting to know somebody. I knew exactly what Councillor Glant was going to react, and I even said that this evening. I phoned the mayor and I said, oh, we got to do this, and you know, and I said, I just know, and I had you down pat. So it took a while to get there, but anyway, all good.
All right, thank you. Councillor Glant?
All right. I just want to say a big thank you to a lot of people. I'm going to say, first of all, thank you to the people of Torbay for electing me for the last 12 years, right? 8 of which were deputy mayor. You know, I've been to hundreds of these meetings, and I can't believe this is my last one. And I've really learned a lot. I've learned a lot about government. I've learned a lot about people, and I've learned a lot about community. And you know, saw lots of great things and saw some bad things too. But you know, when I figured it was time for me to kind of hang up the skates, you know, I got friends and family that I need to, and career that I need to focus on. And looking back, people at Torbay, in a lot of ways we did it, right? The things I wanted to accomplish when I hopped on the council and decided to run 12 years ago, we did it, right? We saved the East Coast Trail, right? We saved the critical wetlands. We got those sidewalks, finally, right? We got a rec center. Came on, we didn't have email address here, right? We got a green communication system where we could send out all those text messages that you get. That was on someone's original campaign poster. I don't know who, right?
I heard everyone had their own fax number before you came.
Right? Yeah, and and cameras in council, right? The things that we've managed to do together just don't happen automatically, right? The things that we did, we worked really hard for years with 3 different mayors to get where we are, and that's really, really satisfying for what we managed to accomplish together in the last X number of years. And we'd never be able to get there without, a well-informed, well-engaged public, right? I'm off social media now, so guys, don't mind Twitter trolls and Facebook, negativity and all that stuff. Forget about that. That's not who Torbay is, right? Torbay are tremendous people, and that's one of the things that made my decision to not run again a lot easier, because as I knew that even though I'm not going to be here to vote against tax increases for a 3rd time, right? Or make sure the fire department gets everything they need. I know that the people at Torbay are good people, and they're going to elect people who are going to carry on the traditions of putting forward the protecting open spaces and having a big vision, right? Because they've certainly taught me an awful lot about what it is to be a community person. And just staff, I just want to say thank you so much. Don, I can't say enough about Don and Ann and Brian and everyone, and past and present who've been here. The TETC, thank you very much. Everyone, Sam, thank you so much. Mayor Codner and Mayor Tapper, who I served under, again, thank you so much. And I guess I really want to say, last but not least, a big thanks to all my loved ones at home, my friends and family for putting up with all my Torbay Town Council baggage and passion. I ran in 5 elections in like 7 years, type of thing, right? So I put my loved ones through a lot over the past little while. So just my little girl is probably won't be listening right now because she's gone to bed with mommy, but she might see this someday, and just want to tell her that hey, I did all this for you to hopefully have a really great community that we can all grow up in. And again, it's been a real pleasure and the honor of my life to serve my hometown. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. And what's funny about that, some of the things that you said is not really funny, but it's just that a lot of people see through the eyes of a 2-hour snippet of a council meeting or of minutes to try and form an opinion of the work that we do and what we do and how we get along and those type things. You and I have never always seen eye to eye, but on the big things, we were always pulling in the right direction. Like you said, with trails and sidewalks and buildings and all that kind of thing, and recreation. So I really appreciate the contribution that everybody makes. Even when somebody speaks against or votes against something that the rest of council is doing, there's a contribution there because not everybody always thinks the same way. So you always have to take into consideration the opposing view and fit that into where you go the next time. Because, we're not 100% perfect all the time, but, everybody tries their best. And I always say of the past councils, I never criticized our council that come before us, because I always say they did the best they could with what they had at the time, and that includes financing, information, attitudes, because attitudes change over the years. So what they did the best they could, and what we do the best we could. And when the new council comes in, they'll do the best they can with what they have. So, you know, it's important that we all work together. I just want to thank everybody for, you know, for the support that you've given me through this term. I know that I'm not facing an election right now, but I could be, and next election I could be. And, you know, it's humbling to sit here knowing that I didn't have to. And I wouldn't never dare say that it's not nice to be acclaimed and I have to run into an election, because if anybody tells you that they'd rather run an election, I think they're telling you lies. But, you know, we'll have an opportunity on October 4th. Our plan is, I spoke to CEO already, that we'll have a last council meeting for this council. We'll adopt our minutes from this meeting, and we'll have a quick go around, and then, you know, we'll close the chapter on this council, and then we'll swear the new council in that same night. And, you know, continuity of service. There'll be no stoppage and no, you know, so I think we're fortunate that way. We have a lot of people that stepped up to run for council. I'm looking forward to the council. I'm almost as nervous. I'd say I'm as nervous as everybody that's running to see who's going to get elected, to see who we're going to be able to work with, right? I mean, that's all part of this as we go forward. I just want to say thank you to staff for tonight in particular, and our dedicated residents and anybody who might be watching at home. I mean, this has been a marathon meeting. I think it was a good meeting. I think we had some really good discussion and debate and what council is supposed to be about, and we made decisions. And, you know, we'll be back, and, you know, somebody might look at this 5 years ago, 5 years down the road, and say, I don't know why you made a decision that way. But hindsight, like I said earlier, is only possible if you're moving forward. If you're standing still, there's no such thing as hindsight. So I think that I'm glad that we moved forward over the last 8 years, and we're looking forward to moving ahead. The only one last thing I would like to say congratulations to my parents, who will be celebrating 50 years of marriage this week. And can you imagine having me for your son for 50 years? 51. So they are saints, you know. And you know, I know I'll do this next week and that, but I always have to make sure I thank my family that allows me to come here and spend 4 or 5 hours doing work on a night of council. Never mind all the hours that we put in, all of us, during the week, late in the night, coming here to sign checks or do whatever it is that we need to do. So, you know, thank you to them for that, for understanding and supporting me. With that, I would ask if there's anybody here that would like to, in the Q&A. I'll start with Paula.
I'd like to have an update, please, on the water ban, and did the hurricane or tropical storm fill up the water levels? So just overall an update on the water.
I think we added 2 inches of water. Yep. Through the rain that we had yesterday.
Yeah,
Brian?
So Larry didn't give us any water, and the tropical storm last night gave us 2 inches. So we still got to raise another 20 plus inches to get off the ban, all right.
So everybody pray for rain for the rest of the spring, rest of the fall. Mike?
I got a question about the trails, actually. I understand the person's problem with the trail going behind the house. I also understand the need to have trails. So my question is, how did this come to be? What is the root cause of the gap that made this happen?
I think that the synopsis that I can give is that at the beginning, I think that now that we have our development regulations changed, going forward, when new subdivisions are developed, we can allocate where the trails are going to be at that time in the planning stage. So nobody is caught off guard where we're going. Even when we did the trails in Forest Landing, the ones that are in there now and the one around the pond and the other ones that we've done, I think that we looked at where the corridors were and tried to stay along the river buffer. What we realized when we brought the trail up from the beach is that prior to starting the work or making the decision, we really need to go there and see what we're doing and speak to the people that are along that area, just to explain to them what we're doing, because I know we'd have concerns down there too, but at the end of the day, the residents were happy with the work that we did, and the trail is beautiful and all that. Out here, I think that at the time when we were looking at swapping these two little pieces of land for a larger piece and a trail that would go from, there's already existing green space in there called a duck pond. So we were just looking at going from there down to that meadow. So we really never thought of it in terms of how close the trail was going to be to those properties. It's not that it's really close, but the land slopes off, so the people don't really have a big backyard there. So we were going to be really close. And then I guess once we actually went out and looked at it and the residents saw what we were doing, they didn't like it. So we did revisit it. And I think that's fair to be able to revisit. You have to be able to admit if you made a mistake and to go back and look at it. That's kind of how, I think that the lesson we learned there is before we take a move to go and implement a new piece of infrastructure in the town, whatever it is, that we really need to go there and speak to people and explain what it is that we're going to do. And that's what we're doing right now with this next phase of the trail coming out from Forest Landing. We send a letter to the residents with a map. This is what we're planning on doing. If you have any issues, please contact us and let us know. So, you know, it's like I said, hindsight is good, but, you know, foresight is better. So that's kind of where we're going right now with that trail development. So any other developments that we'll see going into town anywhere, we're going to take that proactive step first to speak to the residents in the area that have concerns, and then try and come to some kind of resolution. We still really need to want to put trails in because they're excellent and people love them and they're very good and they enhance our town. So I think that we're still going to be pushing to put more trails, but we just need to make sure that we go about it in the right process.
With the case in question here, how long was that resident living there? How long has that property been there? A year, 10 years? I don't know.
It's been there.
2015.
What?
They've been living in that house since 2015.
Since 2015. So those people have been there for 5 years, 6 years.
And there was nothing in place before that to give a warning to the developer or anything that?
No, I guess when that original subdivision was created, the trail net wasn't put in at the time, and the town made a deal, and we already talked about this earlier tonight. The town made a deal to take this duck pond area and get it developed, and then there was no other trail network or anything in there. It was just this pond at the end of the cul-de-sac. So that's kind of where we were to. All right? Okay, thank you. You stayed here all this time, you got nothing to say?
Well, I best say something. Just good luck to everyone that's running, and good luck to the ones who are retiring.
All right, there you go. See, short and sweet. You always get straight to the point. All right, thank you very much, everybody. And with that, where's my paper? Oh, here we go. Our next public council meeting is scheduled for October 4th, 2021, as I just outlined, at 6:30 right here, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn, please.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved, seconded, all in favor?